Good evening. In compliance with Chapter 551, Open Meetings of the Texas Government Code, I call to order an information session of the Board of Trustees of the Austin Independent School District for Thursday, August 10th, 2023 at 6:05 p.m. A quorum of the board is physically present at AISD Central Office to conduct this meeting. This meeting is streaming live on AISD TV and Apple TV. It's also being broadcast on cable channel 22 through Spectrum, Astound Broadband, and on channel 99 through AT&T Uverse. Closed captioning in English is available on these platforms for individuals who are deaf or hard of hearing. Welcome and thank you so much for joining us tonight. We'll move to the approval of the agenda. Secretary Boswell, do you have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, having a motion by Secretary Boswell and a second by Trustee Zapata to approve the agenda. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. The motion passes unanimously. Secretary Boswell, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance and the pledge to the Texas flag?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Juro lealtad a la bandera de los Estados Unidos de América y a la república que representa, una nación bajo Dios, indivisible, con libertad y justicia para todos. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee. Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Te honro, bandera de Texas. Te juro lealtad, Texas. Un estado bajo Dios, uno e indivisible.
Thank you very much. It's so good to see all of you again. So next we have an opportunity for the public to share comments with the board. This time allows speakers to comment publicly on any topic of their choosing. We have time for up to 60 speakers, and as a reminder, the district continues to provide time during the regular voting meetings of the board to hear from the public about agenda items for consideration and vote. This is an opportunity for the board to take part in listening to our community. While we wish we could respond or provide feedback, we are required to limit our questions to requests for clarification or follow-up directly to the administration. Members of the public wishing to participate in the public comment portion of our meeting called a dedicated AISD phone line in advance of the meeting to audio record their remarks. So we will now play the recorded messages for public comment, so please listen carefully.
This is Marie. As a parent of students with disabilities, I have lived experience of unacceptable challenges and violations of rights children with disabilities are facing in Austin ISD. We are told there is a grievance process, but we are further victimized in that process, as are our children. The public school system and its programs belong to and are for the benefit of the students. Under federal law, students with disabilities are ensured equal opportunity to benefit from all programs at school, which includes application-based classes, sports clubs, extracurriculars, and NHS. Students receiving special education services at LASA routinely have to fight for meaningful inclusion. This means students are prevented from participation in programs until they have fully exhausted the grievance process, which takes months, if not the full school year or more, which violates their civil rights. I am calling to request that LASA's NHS charter be suspended pending an investigation into the discriminatory practices towards students with disabilities denied access to this program. If students with disabilities need to wait to participate in school-based programs at LASA based on the district's grievance process, then all students should have to wait until inclusion takes place to participate as well.
Hi, I attend an AISD school. I'm calling to support a student in AISD who is also being discriminated against based on their disabilities. I've lived experiencing and facing discrimination and a painful uphill climb in Austin ISD as a student with disabilities. I'm asking the district and board to take meaningful and immediate action for children in the district, including investigation and suspending LASA's NHS charter until inclusion is achieved. Y'all means all.
I'm a community member, and I wanted to let you know that discrimination has far-reaching negative impacts that are irreparable. It is unimaginable that a school is allowed to repeatedly discriminate against a child based on disability. Instead of being able to find a reasonable solution at the campus level, that child has to jump through hoops, through the grievances process, and time slips away for that student in the throes of college applications. For a student with disabilities, something like NHS is valuable in the college application process to demonstrate that they are successful in an academic environment and have obtained academic achievements similar to their non-disabled peers. Under federal law, students with disabilities are ensured equal opportunity to benefit from all programs at school, which includes application-based classes, sports, clubs, extracurriculars, and NHS. Students receiving special education services at LASA routinely have to fight for.
Letitia Anderson, how long will African American students have to wait before Austin ISD decides to make them a priority? I see the presentation that you're planning to speak about, but why is it when I send a letter about data from December, not one single board of trustee, anyone from the elementary leadership office, I got not a single response. So remember, no response is a response, and I took that loud and clear. So when will Austin ISD make African American students a priority? When will Austin ISD put monies toward ensuring that African American students can read and do math on grade level, starting at elementary? Please invest in our African American students. When we say all means all, are we really talking about all? Thank you.
Hello, my name is Fabiola Barreto. I am with Youth Rights Texas. We have worked with hundreds of young people, especially those in AISD, and I am concerned about the 70 SROs that AISD is considering hiring. We recognize that safety does not exist when Black, Brown, and LGBTQIA+ and youth with disabilities are forced to interact with a system of policing that views them as a threat and not as students who may be in need of support. I ask that the district prioritize evidence-based models for safety, like funding mental health services, and not militarize our schools. Thank you.
Discrimination has far-reaching negative impacts that are irreparable. It's unimaginable that a school is allowed to repeatedly discriminate against a child based on disability. Instead of being able to find a reasonable solution at a campus level, that child has to jump through hoops through the grievance process, and time slips away for the student in the throes of college applications. We know from AIC's data many students with IEPs are not being prepared to go to college. Under federal law, students with disabilities are ensured equal access to benefit from all programs at school, which includes application-based programs like the National Honor Society. Students receiving special education services at LASA routinely must fight for meaningful inclusion. This means students are prevented from participation in programs until they've fully exhausted the grievance process, which takes months, if not the full school year, which violates their civil rights. I'm calling to request that LASA's National Honor Society charter be suspended pending a neutral investigation into the discriminatory practices towards students with disabilities denied access to this program. Austin ISD professes to not engage in discrimination while simultaneously does not have any safeguards, enforcement, or accountability when discrimination occurs.
Good evening, Board and Superintendent Segura. This is Addison McKenna, a high school student. While I appreciate that there is a grievance process to attempt to resolve issues, it would be better if we were able to problem solve and come to solutions through informal processes. There are flaws in the process disrupting the equity and neutrality, which prevent disputes from being resolved at the lowest level possible. One example is a person hearing the grievance again when you've already made a good faith effort to resolve the issue with that person, which doesn't allow for reaching a possible resolution and delays the timeline. Another concern with the grievance process is the amount of time it takes for a grievance to be heard by the board. I realize that there are only so many hours in a day to hear grievances, and I respect and appreciate the board's time. My grievance was originally filed on May 5th, and my grievance is still awaiting scheduling, probably for some time in October since I'm 8th in line to be heard. This directly impacts my college and scholarship applications. Some of my application deadlines are as early as September 15th. The current grievance process for scheduling doesn't allow for people to know when their grievance will actually be heard, and in cases like mine, this will negatively impact my future. Please help address the flaws in this system so that other students aren't
Hi, my name is Emily Hammer. I'm a licensed clinical social worker in Austin. I have been a school social worker for the past 6 years in Del Valley, right adjacent to AISD, and I've seen firsthand the negative impact of school policing. So I'm calling to say that I am strongly against the expansion of the SRO program in AISD. School policing does not work, and it disproportionately targets children of color, especially Black and Latino children. So I would strongly encourage expansion of mental health resources instead of policing in AISD. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Maggie. I'm a concerned community member and the Youth Engagement Program and Policy Manager with the Children's Defense Fund of Texas. I'm concerned about the 70 SROs that the district is considering hiring. I work with young people in my job every day around the state, including in Austin, to identify the very real problems that they're facing and work with them to find and implement the solutions that they want to see. The students that I work with have thoughtful and nuanced discussions about what safety means to them, and they echo what the research shows, that school hardening increases anxiety for students, has minimal impact on safety, and drives marginalized students into a system of policing that views them only as a threat. One student recently told me, "I don't feel like my school is meant for me." I urge you to meet the requirements of HB3 without unnecessarily militarizing our schools and driving away our students. We don't need 70 extra SROs. Students deserve to be safe and welcomed in their own schools. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Amber Watts, and I have 2 elementary-age students in AISD. I am concerned about the 70 SROs that AISD is considering hiring. I am urging the district not to exceed the armed security requirements of HB3 in any board-issued policy. Statistics have proven over and over that policing in schools is ineffective at increasing school safety. Among all schools that have experienced a school shooting over the past 2 decades, the number of injuries and deaths was actually 2.5 times higher in schools that had an SRO. We also know that policing negatively affects students' health, education, and well-being. Students who have come in contact with police have higher levels of anxiety and significantly higher cases of PTSD. Our students deserve safe and supportive learning environments, not more cops on campus. I ask that the district prioritize evidence-based models for safety, like funding mental health services, and not militarize our schools. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Gabriela Torres. I'm the Director of Organizing at Youth Rise Texas. I'm very concerned about the 70 SROs that AISD is considering hiring. Policing in schools, we know that it's ineffective at increasing school safety. We know that among all schools that have experienced a shooting over the past 20 years, the number of injuries and deaths was actually about 2.5 times higher in schools that had an SRO. Policing also negatively affects students' health, their education, and well-being. A study found that youth who reported police contact had higher levels of anxiety and significantly higher cases of PTSD. And finally, I just want to recognize that safety does not exist when Black, Brown, and LGBTQ+ and youth with disabilities are forced to interact with the system of policing that views them as a threat, not as students who may be in need of support. Students deserve safe and supportive educational spaces, not more cops on campus, and I ask that the district prioritize evidence-based models for safety, like funding mental health services, and not militarize our schools. Thank you so much.
Susan Thornhill, community member. Discrimination has far-reaching negative impacts that are irreparable. It is unimaginable that a school is allowed to repeatedly discriminate against a child based on disability. Instead of being able to find a reasonable solution at the campus level, that child has to jump through hoops, through the grievance process, and time slips away for that student in the throes of the college applications. For a student with disabilities like NHS, is valuable to the college application process to demonstrate that they are successful in the academic environment and have obtained academic achievements similar to their non-disabled peers. Under federal law, students with disabilities are ensured equal opportunity to benefit from all programs at school, which include application-based classes, sports clubs, extracurricular, and NHS. Students receiving special education services at LASA routinely have to fight for meaningful inclusion. This means students are prevented from participation in programs until they've fully exhausted the grievance process, which takes months, if not a full year, which violates their civil rights. I'm calling to request that LASA's NHS charter be suspended pending an investigation into the
Good evening, Board of Trustees and Superintendent Segura. This is Sarah McKenna, parent. School is supposed to be a safe place for students to learn. Parents choose to send their children to be educated at Austin ISD. Parents do not choose to send their children to school to be discriminated against and mistreated by educators because of their disabilities. With the introduction of the new inclusion model, it's important to remember that all campuses have to buy into this and incorporate the model for there to be success. Inclusion training can't be a one-and-done deal to check off a box, but rather part of the campus culture. Meaningful inclusion cannot take place when students with disabilities are repeatedly being prevented from participating in activities with their non-disabled peers. These students already struggle to fit in academically and socially, and yet they have no safeguards when discrimination occurs. I am requesting a neutral investigation into LASA related to the discriminatory and retaliatory practices at this campus, including toward my own students. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Catherine Ricardo, and I'm calling as a concerned Austin resident to ask the trustees to not expand AISD's police force any more than the bare minimum required by the recent Texas legislation. Having police in schools does not increase school safety, and when there are school shootings, it actually increases the number of people hurt or killed. Further, having police officers present on campus makes students more anxious and can be very triggering, which in turn worsens the students' mental health, physical health, and learning. Students deserve a learning environment that's safe and supportive, which means using evidence-based models for school safety, such as funding mental health services, not having more cops on campuses. Please do not hire 70 school resource officers and instead only hire the bare minimum to comply with HB3 and use available funds to support mental health services instead. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Natalie Beck, and I am a concerned parent of an elementary school student at AISD. I'm calling to voice my opposition to the hiring of school resource officers, more school resource officers than we already have, especially placing them at elementary schools. My student is a student of color, and we know that SROs do not make schools safer, especially for students of color, students with disabilities, LGBTQ students, and others. I am requesting that you spend that money on evidence-based strategies that do improve safety, including school-based mental health. The school-based mental health program at AISD has suffered in the previous years due to contracting with multiple providers over the years, and I believe that money should be spent contracting with one consistent provider and investing in the resources that they need to provide those services. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Robert Foster, AISD grad, son of an AISD grad, and current volunteer at AISD, and I'm concerned about the 70 SROs that AISD is considering hiring. In my first week of high school in East Austin 20 years ago, I saw the SRO pull a kid out of 7th period and violently throw him against the wall to handcuff him. He wasn't resisting, only talking back to the officer. It was unnecessary and frightening. Additionally, our salutatorian, an Indigenous Latina, and I were walking the hallways during class time. She stopped for water, and I continued walking. She didn't catch up, so I turned around to find her and found the SRO harassing her for not having a hall pass, even though he had just let me, a white guy, go by without one. I asked that the district prioritize evidence-based models for safety like funding mental health services and not militarize our schools in a way that negatively affects our students of colors. Thank you so much. Have a good one.
This is Sharon Vane. I'm the parent of a current AISD high schooler and an AISD grad. I'm calling on 3 issues. First, I want to add my voice to those raising concerns about the potential hiring of 75 new SROs. More policing can negatively impact students, particularly students from marginalized communities. We are struggling with our budget. What are we saying no to if we say yes to this? Second, I'm concerned about any gatekeeping of academic honors from special education students who should be fully supported to achieve at their highest levels. Students who receive special education should not be barred from participating in NHS or any other academic activity. Last, but certainly not least, I want to once more say as a parent how much I support and appreciate the inclusive literature and lessons my students have experienced. It is crucial that we preserve this and remember that despite changes in state law, there are no changes necessary to existing book access until at least April of 2024, when vendor ratings are currently slated to take effect. Thank you.
My name is Bill Wallace. I'm the founder and director of Tomorrow's Promise Foundation, AISD schools. I attended my entire life. Policing schools is ineffective at increasing school safety. Among all schools that experienced a school shooting over the past 2 decades, the number of injuries and deaths was actually about 2.5 times higher in schools that had an SRO. Cops are not the solutions. Students deserve safe and supportive educational spaces, not more cops on campus asking them to remove shirts because they have a questionable logo on them. We ask that all school districts prioritize evidence-based models like funding mental health services and not militarizing our schools. We need to give each teacher a TA, a teacher assistant, and not more cops on campus. It's not the answer.
Hello, my name is Malika Beg. I am an AIC alumni, and I'm concerned about the 70 SROs that AIC is considering hiring. Policing in schools is ineffective at increasing school safety. Among all schools that experienced a school shooting over the past 2 decades, the number of injured and deaths was actually about 2.5 times higher in schools that had SROs. Students deserve safe and supportive educational spaces, not more cops on campus. I ask that the district prioritize evidence based on models for safety, like funding mental health services and not militarizing our schools. Thank you. I'm affiliated with Youth Texas.
Good evening. This is Roxanne Evans of the East Austin Coalition for Quality Education. I'm calling on 2 separate issues, but the issues are linked in that they affect 2 groups of students the district routinely places at disadvantage. Although I'm pleased to have gotten written and in-person responses from Board President Singh and Interim Superintendent Segura to my letter expressing concerns about the performance of African American students, I'm here to publicly follow up and ask the entire board to have a full discussion on student performance of African American students. With this new school year beginning, I'm anxious to hear about how African American students will get the curriculum, instruction, and supports needed to be successful this school year. I'm also calling to express concerns over reports of what lots of students with disabilities have to go through to become members of the National Honor Society. Basically, if a student is denied acceptance, he or she has to go through a formal grievance process. NHS on its website states, NHS provides schools with a value-based framework to elevate a culture of scholarship, service, leadership, and character. I would question whether the LASA chapter has the values the NHS.
Good evening, Board of Trustees and Superintendent Segura. My name is Megan Vasquez, and I am a PE teacher at Becker Elementary. I wanted to first share how excited I am for this school year. It is very evident that there has been so much time and effort in making sure that this school year is the best one yet, and I really think it will be. Last week, PE teachers were informed that PETAs could no longer be in charge of managing classrooms in a different space to alleviate unsafe numbers in the gym. Well, I think this is an appropriate change since this isn't in a PETA's job description and they wouldn't be compensated extra. I am very worried about there being an unsafe number of kiddos in PE spaces because of this change. And I'm also worried about the stress and workload that will be weighing on some of my essential area colleagues, especially my PE colleagues whose campuses are still implementing daily PE. There are stipends for KP5 teachers who have large class sizes. Can essential area teachers also receive these same stipends if they meet the qualifications? Could essential area teachers be included in grade level chair stipends? Can we have a special task force that is responsible for overseeing the implementation of this redesign? Are we being strategic and intentional with centering equity? Is it possible to share how many PE teacher and PETA vacancies we currently have in our district? Thank you so much for your time.
Good afternoon. My name is Helen Miller. Good Board Trustees, Superintendent Segura. Today, I want to speak on ALC. I'd like to know where's the MOU between Travis County and Austin Independent School District? Why juveniles that have committed a crime in school or in the community, serious felonies, placed in ALC with students with minor offenses? A student that has committed a serious felony is placed in ALC, especially special ed students, because JJAEP doesn't have the resources to accommodate those students. Why? For the past 3 or 4 years, the majority of the students that have been sent to ALC for possession, selling, or under the influence of drugs, not just vape pens, Where's the professional drug counselor for ALC? Where is the restructure process for ALC? We talked about restructuring ALC for 6 or 7 years. The students don't have any kind of creative.
All right. Thank you very much. So this concludes public comment. Trustees, are there any questions or clarifications? Trustee Zapata.
Superintendent Segura, is it a valid question what speakers are saying that we are hiring 70 SROs? Is that to comply with House Bill 3?
Trustee Zapata, yes. One of the things that we've done is to build up a comprehensive initiative and plan to be compliant with HB3. It does include requiring armed personnel at every one of our campuses. And based on the values of this organization, we wanted to ensure that that person was someone that was trained to work with students, and that's the approach that we've taken. And so we'll talk more about that as part of the legislative update, but yes, it's in response to be compliant with HB3.
Okay. And the second question is on the LASA inclusion issue. Has that been addressed?
So, Trustee Zapata, I was made aware today kind of about where we are in that process. I can't say that it has been addressed. I can say that we are looking into it, and I should have an update probably by midday tomorrow about the administration steps forward.
Thank you.
Any other trustees have questions? Trustee Hunter.
Thank you. Mr. Superintendent, I have just a couple, and if these could be placed in the next possible board update, that would be really good. Okay. The first is following up on what Trustee Zapata said, not speaking about any particular school, but speaking under the heading of one of our values of inclusiveness. I'd really like a look as soon as at your earliest convenience on all of our programs and make sure that we have an understanding as an organization what is required by the National Honor Society, which offshoot of that is the National Junior Honor Society for middle schools, and then to carry out the expectation of the board to be inclusive of students who meet the stated requirements that are stated publicly at all of our campuses. Also, I would ask that under student safety, as far as one of the callers called about our PE classes, we were expecting a heat map showing potentially what the hours are on different campuses. And once school begins, if we can not only get the heat map showing what the hours are, or sorry, the minutes, what the minutes are for PE, we'd like to kind of see just around, I'd like to see around estimate of the numbers that each PE teacher is having at that moment, and then of course starring any places where there are positions not yet filled. And then finally, again, all of this in the next possible board update about ALC restructuring. I know that you have a plan in mind, and just sort of once you have that fleshed out, actually, that doesn't have to be in the next board update. When you get it fleshed out, if you'll share that, as I'm sure you will, with the board. Thank you.
Yes, Trustee Zapata, Trustee Hunter. We will actually include in this week's board update the minutes by area. So you'll have that. It won't be displayed in a heat map, but it will be in tabular form. So you should have that by close of business Friday. But I will provide a supplemental map shortly thereafter, perhaps next week, but you'll have the data this week. The other thing I would also say is, as far as ALC re-envisioning, that is absolutely a priority of mine and the administration. We've talked about it for quite some time. Within operations, there's been a lot of focus and opportunities. I think now, given where we are as an organization, we're really ready to take it on, especially with a full team here. So we're excited. We'll probably bring back a timeline before we do much of anything else, get feedback from the board, and then take it one step further. But I would expect to have that update within the next probably 3 weeks.
Okay, beautiful. And I did actually have one more thing. I made another note. there are two callers concerned about, as they well should be, the prioritizing of African Americans and completing that gap from where they are to the gap to the mark of excellence for all students, but focusing on African American students as we have been asked to do by our community. If I know that we have plans, but if we can have something, if your team is available to provide something at the Black Leaders Collective, something forward-facing for the community, to kind of see where we are, to see the steps that we have taken, to know that we are moving forward on that. I know sometimes it looks like we're moving in inches, but we're actually maybe moving in feet, and just share that with our community.
Yes, Trustee Hunter, that's one of the things we've been working through. A lot of the information is being collected. Our goal is to distill that down into something that's easy to distribute. We have multiple documents. Some of that's been shared already, but we'll prepare one for the collective.
I really appreciate that.
Yeah,
Thank you.
of course.
Trustees, any other questions? All right. So this concludes, oh yeah, I already read that. Thank you, trustees. So as a reminder to the public, please feel free to share any general comments or questions with the board by email at trustees@austinisd.org. So on to the president's report. So the board wants to thank the 10,000 teachers, bus drivers, cafeteria workers, and other staff for all the work they've been doing this summer, and especially this week to prepare for the start of school, just a couple more days. Who all has seen the buses riding around on the roads? It's kind of exciting.
Oh yeah, they're practicing.
They are practicing, and most of our buses have air conditioning, correct?
Well, okay, so no, not
I'm
most
going
of
off
them.
script, I'm sorry.
We're going off script. The 2022 bond will allow us to get AC in all of our buses, but bus lead times can be up to a year. And so
Okay.
there is a transition process for that.
Okay,
But yes,
so-
we have the funds. We will have AC. We're good to go.
Give
but
your kids
not yet.
water, make sure they've got their little cooling cloth or whatever they need, just in case their bus doesn't have AC. But either way, just thank you to all of our employees who are working so hard, to all of our families who are getting their kids ready for school, and especially to our students, because I know you guys are going to bed early already, right, and practicing getting up early. But we're just so excited to welcome back 74,000 students, including thousands who will be starting public school for the first time in our pre-K and kindergarten classrooms. So super excited, including Trustee Lugo's daughter, and Trustee Whitley Chu. That's right. She's at back to school night, but she'll be here joining us shortly. So this week, campuses are holding meet the teacher events and preparing classrooms. And next Monday, they'll be greeting students for the first day of school. So this year will include many changes through new state laws that we will hear about tonight during our legislative update. There is one, though, that I wanted to highlight and inform our students on, is the new changes to the law and the student handbook around e-cigarettes and vaping. So this is not nearly as fun as talking about school buses, but under the new HB 114, any vapes found on students will now be an automatic 20-day suspension to the Alternative Learning Center. This is in compliance with state law, and this is different from what we had previously. So last year, any nicotine-based vapes were dealt with at the campus level and did not always lead to an assignment to disciplinary centers. And under this new law, it will now be mandatory to remove a student to a disciplinary placement. So check your kids' backpacks. Make sure they don't take vapes to school. They are bad for kids. And it really could have long-term consequences for them. And, you know, the district continues to review this law and consider ways to educate students first. We always want to prioritize that over punishment and really support students in possession of vapes. But we really want to make sure that everybody is fully aware of this change in the law and the very serious consequences that come with it. So I also want to provide a brief update on some of the work the board did this last week. So as a team of 10, we took part in professional development, 16 hours of professional development, focused on improving student outcomes. And through this work, we discussed governance practices and also discussed potential changes to the district scorecard that is reflective of community needs and focused on improving student outcomes for our students. That was through Lone Star Governance. And as we continue this work, we will provide regular regular updates to the community. So thank you very much, and good luck on your first day of school to everybody. Next, we have the superintendent's report.
Well, thank you. Thank you. So President Singh and members of the board, it's been a fast summer over here, and we are excited to get started. I cannot believe how fast this summer went. It's quite incredible. So we'll start off tonight by welcoming everyone to the 2023-2024 school year. We are sure this is going to be our best year ever for our students and staff. I think I heard a call-in saying that she felt the same way, and we definitely agree. We kicked off the school year on July 20th with Leadership Institute. Our theme this year was Level Up. And so one of the things that we did as part of that was we asked our leaders to do a couple things. The first is to be refreshed. When they come to school and take on each day, to be balanced between home and work, and to be focused on high outcomes for our students and ourselves. We had deep conversations around it. We talked about how to do it our way and really focused on being ostentatious. You know, we have a lot of really great people doing great things, and if we do it our way, there's no doubt that we can be successful. So I'm going to continue to challenge our staff to be ostentatious. You know, we have to embrace it, and we're going to be who we're going to be, and we're going to do it well. So very excited about that. The start of every school year in Austin ISD is Leadership Institute, and we got to kick off the first day with our amazing speaker, Dr. Christopher Emden. He spent 2.5 hours with our campus administrators and shared so many insightful and powerful insights with us about all that education is and all that it can be for our students. It was absolutely incredible. I know we had some trustees there and very supportive and gracious for the support that you had. Dr. Emden has graciously offered to come back, and we'll be taking him up on his word because we believe that Austin ISD is well positioned to do great things for our students. And it wasn't all speeches and keynotes at Leadership Institute. Our administrators are a very fun bunch. I know y'all seen them over the course of several years. Once you get them going, they get going. So from photo booths to Pac-Man to Dance Dance Revolution, our campus administrators leveled up with their enthusiasm, and there was definitely some competitions going on over there. It was absolutely incredible. Just a very, very well put together event, a lot of great conversations, and the energy was just amazing. It's also important to remember that in Austin ISD, it takes all of us to welcome our staff and students back to campus. From our bookkeepers to our housekeeping staff to our transportation team, we just talked about them, to our Department of Communications and Community Engagement, getting backpacks ready for students. It takes everyone pitching in and rolling up their sleeves to make sure our schools are ready. We are lucky to have such dedicated staff who work endless hours over the summer. From the bottom of our hearts, we want to thank every single person who has helped start the school year off successfully. We also want to take the opportunity to update everyone on our special education strategic initiative. We've been talking about that for quite some time, or at least since I came on, and well before then. And the work has not stopped this summer. And so day 2 of Leadership Institute focused on providing professional learning opportunities around special education. Leanne Young, author of Seen, Heard, and Valued, provided our keynote for day 2. Absolutely incredible. Her topic was universal design and learning and beyond, for learning and beyond. So 72. Does anybody know what this number means? Anybody? Just a random number? So, anybody? Bueller? Kaufman? I'm just kidding. So this is the number of LSSPs and diagnosticians we have on staff. That's about 1 for every 2 campuses. And for context, last year we had 23. So just an incredible increase, an incredible growth. A tremendous amount of people have come together. True ownership of the task at hand has allowed us to achieve this goal. We're very excited, and I think there was a photograph just earlier of kind of what it looks like to have that type of support. I was actually fortunate enough to welcome our new LSSPs and diagnosticians and spend some time with them. We are so grateful that they and so many others chose Austin ISD. And we are so happy that many of them chose to come back. And so welcome home. Very excited. That picture looked very different last year. Just so excited for where we are as we start the school year. Yeah, let's do a little clap for them. That was incredible. We actually had them stand up if they were here last year, and it was a fraction of who was there that day. So just absolutely incredible. Thank you, Dr. Robinette, for all of your work. Thank you, team. Just incredible. Now I'd like to take a few moments to update you on our ERP launch that started on July 1st. I'd like to recognize the leaders behind this great work: Brandy Hosick, Chief of Talent Strategy, Ed Ramos, Chief Financial Officer, and Oscar Rodriguez, Chief Technology Officer. These three and their teams have accomplished the significant task of launching the ERP. Many of these teams gave up their weekends and summer vacations so that we could make this as smooth as possible. Just a tremendous effort. This is just a brief timeline over the last 3 months and the communication plans that went out. On the next slide, you see in the coming week on August 15th, we have our first all-staff payroll. We've had 2 before that, but the 15th is our first all-staff. Our team is actually upstairs right now working on making sure it all goes well, and we know that it will. We hope that it will. It will. We provided, as part of this process, 41 virtual trainings, 14 in-person trainings to over 1,200 employees. We've also created a blend course to support our staff as well. Our team has put together a call center to support our staff with questions. We thought it was critically important that we provided real-time responses. We've had great outcomes. A third of the calls are resolved without even providing a ticket, and satisfaction scores are in the 8s and 9s and some of them 10s. And so just, really want to commend the team for the great work. It's quite incredible. We talk about the reason that we do this, right? This was actually an initiative that we started some time ago. It really picked up steam over the course of the last semester. Again, the goal is to protect data, streamline processes, reduce costs, and ultimately just keep our entire system and everything moving forward seamlessly. And it's going to be a significant improvement from where we've been. So thank you, team, for all of that great work. Another strategic initiative we got across the finish line this summer was the Student Safety and Security Plan. This plan started in mid-February, and we were able to deliver the completed guide and flipbook to all campus administrators on July 20th. This flipbook, I have one here, just so y'all can see it. It is awesome. It is absolutely incredible. I'll pass it around. This flipbook was designed in-house and printed by our Austin ISD print shop. Our transportation team stepped up, as they always do, and helped us get this out to all of our campuses at the start of school. Over 5,000 of these are prepared and being delivered and have been delivered. This is a cross-departmental collaboration that included the Equity Office, Operations, Technology, Police, School Leadership, and so many more. It's a point of pride to say we have this quick reference guide in place as we start the school year. Again, it's one of those things where if we didn't have timelines and schedules and milestones and a shared ownership of the task, it's unlikely that it would have gotten to the delivery date as it did. So very excited about that. As I wrap up my first superintendent's update for the 23-2024 school year, I want to celebrate a recent sweep by some of Austin ISD's finest. This year, Austin ISD swept Region 13 Teacher of the Year Awards. Please help me in congratulating Megan Vasquez from Becker Elementary and Samantha Marion from the Rosedale School. These dedicated teachers exemplify what it means to be in service of students. I'll be honest, when I was there, I got some sideways glances. There's a lot of superintendents, and when Megan's name got called, I started to, we were celebrating and cheering, and then Samantha's got called. It was incredible. I'm just so proud of them. It was just awesome to sweep it. It's ostentatious, everything we want to be, and they're just great individuals doing great things. So wanted to certainly highlight that. And then moving on to this weekend, it's going to be busy. Please join me in congratulating our summer graduates. We'll have summer commencement on Friday, August 11th at 7 p.m. We'll also love for everyone to join us on Saturday night for the City of Austin Pride Parade at 8 p.m. I see the shirts being represented loud. It's awesome. We love being proud of who we are and celebrating our amazing community. So fun-filled weekend and very excited about that. And that concludes my superintendent's report. I want to thank everyone for a great summer and all their work. Most importantly, this former Kasura Koala wants to wish everyone a great first day of school. So anyway, have a great first day of school. Thank you, trustees. It's been a great summer, and looking forward to a successful school year. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Superintendent. All right, so we will now, are there any questions or comments? Anybody? Yes.
Superintendent Segura, I just want to thank you for the focus on our all staff and your recognition of the importance of every single individual who works in this district and their role in educating children. One thing in our interview, I think, was a discussion around your educator role and how you consider yourself an educator because you work in a school district and that you are committed to outcomes for students. And I feel that you are representing that for all of our employees, that every person who works for this district is an educator because they're, in their own way, responsible for the outcomes for our kids and for creating a safe and welcoming place for them in school. So I appreciate how you model that and how you demonstrate that gratitude and appreciation for every single staff member in our district. And I was able to see that up close and personal when you met with the police department this morning, and I heard about it with the parent support specialists. We've heard you talk about your appreciation for the maintenance crews and the construction groups, and then we've seen you in action with the administrators and the teachers. So covering the whole gamut of our employees. So thank you. I also want to commend us, you and the team, on the 72 evaluators. That is a huge step forward towards meeting the needs of all of our students and being able to provide for the evaluations that will help students become eligible for the services that they need. I also just want to acknowledge publicly that I believe our board and I believe that you and the team are in full recognition that that is step one, and that making sure that we're providing effective IEPs and that we're building our skills at collaborating and having full partnership with parents in this work, and that actually providing the instruction that students need to get outcomes that will prepare all of our students for college, career, or military readiness. Like, those are absolutely essential steps also, and I know that you know that, and that's where our district is working towards. I just also want to quickly thank you for or to encourage, right, like I understand like the training that our teachers and administrators received, or the speakers. I just want to continue to encourage our district to be as transparent as possible and to share that information that our principals and our teachers get as fully as possible with the families who are our partners in this work, so that our families know what our teachers and principals are learning. Our families know what the directives are that they're receiving on how to serve kids, so they can be more fully partners with that. So the extent to which we can be as close to 100% transparent with what our principals and teachers are learning, I would like to see that. And then finally, this ERP work, the enterprise research planning, is huge work. And I know from experience working in a district that any change of our systems, even if it's from a good system to a better system, or a bad system to a good system, any transition of systems is difficult. And so I want to just give a shout out to your team for all the work in planning for that and making it happen. But I also want to give a shout out to all the teachers and principals and people who are engaging in that transition right now, and just recognize how much extra work that is when you're trying to not only get the information and use the information, but learn how to access the information and get through the technical humps. So I just want to, again, thank your team for that. And what I've heard about that is that there's been communication, right? And I just want to really appreciate the communication, because that's what greases those wheels. And so even though we know there's going to be glitches, when people understand there's going to be glitches and they know who to call when there's problems, then that makes it go down a lot better. Yep. And a special shout out to today, hearing that like our ECST system was down, and then knowing that our team heard the feedback from people saying, I know it didn't sound important, but like we really need access to that. And then having kind of a course change to make sure that people got access to that. So that's, to me, being responsive. I just appreciate that. So a lot of words, but I just wanted to express my appreciation and as we move forward.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, Dr. Kaufman. So we will now move to our information, reports, and updates. So, Mr. Segura, would you please introduce the next item?
I'd like to invite our Chief Officer of Governmental Relations and Board Services, Dr. Jacob Reach, to introduce the team.
Thank you, Superintendent Segura and Board of Trustees. I'd like to welcome up our partners from Gibson Consulting. And while I pull up their presentation for them, I just want to briefly welcome the team. So we have Will Hardaway, Kent Ingram, and Dr. Elaine Howard from Gibson Consulting here with us today to go through the audit for the human capital.
You have a chair? Yeah.
I'm gonna go sit back down.
Good evening, President Singh, members of the board, Superintendent Segura. My name is Will Hardaway. I am a senior consultant at Gibson Consulting Group. This is Dr. Elaine Howard, who worked as a subcontractor on this engagement. And this evening, we will be presenting the results of our human capital internal audit. Before doing so, I want to spend some time thanking Brandy Hosak and her team in the Human Capital Department. They spent considerable time participating in this audit last year, and their involvement and engagement we really appreciate, and the audit is all for the better for it. So our agenda for the presentation will first go over the objectives and scope of the audit, a brief executive summary, some select findings and recommendations from the report, and of course, answer any questions that you have. There were two primary objectives of this audit. First was to evaluate the compliance, the efficiency, and the effectiveness of the Human Capital Department, and then to identify any opportunities for improvement. The audit covered 8 major areas of human resources management. You can see them listed here. They include compliance, recruitment, employee discipline, compensation structure, among others. It's important to frame this entire audit with the understanding that it occurred during a period of immense transition in the Human Capital Department. New leadership in the Chief Human Capital Officer position, as well as the implementation of a new enterprise resource planning system, meant there were a lot of moving parts, and a lot of the processes that we were evaluating were not yet set in stone. Some of the major findings of this audit include there were several gaps in the planning process for the district's ERP implementation. This is particularly relevant for the Human Capital Department, as many of their core functions rely on the workflows in this ERP system. Initially, the department uses key performance indicators to drive its work, but because they aren't aligned with an overarching objective or allow for progress monitoring, they are not supporting efficiency or effectiveness. Insufficient controls over absence management resulted in thousands of unrecorded staff absences. Similarly, a lack of oversight of the employee onboarding process has limited its effectiveness. The audit team analyzed compensation data and found instances of salary compression when years of experience don't track with compensation, and employees being paid outside of board-approved pay ranges, both below and above. Lastly, there are several risks posed by the district's current approach to employee investigations, namely the Legal Review Committee and the absence of consistent legal counsel. The full report includes 18 recommendations, 8 of which are in the Organization and Management chapter, 4 in staffing, 3 compensation and benefits, and 3 in employee relations. We will present select findings and recommendations from each of those chapters tonight. Starting with the Organization and Management chapter. Our first finding is that AISD's ERP implementation lacks certain components, putting the success of the overall implementation at risk. One of those components is that a full testing environment was not in the original project plan. Testing is critical to ensure data integrity and to remedy problems with workflows, basically to make sure the system is working as it should prior to it going live. Additionally, there were project management issues. Project ownership fell under IT, who are the technical experts, but are not the functional experts in this case. That falls to finance and human capital. It's important to have the functional experts lead this process, as they are the ones who know the system's needs best. Additionally, there were issues getting all stakeholders together, resulting in a number of one-on-one meetings, which meant there wasn't sufficient collaboration between key stakeholders and parties. Lastly, the district originally planned for all modules to deploy in a year, which is extremely fast. An ERP implementation of this magnitude normally is a 3-year process. Our recommendation is to test all modules prior to the deployment of the new ERP system. Given the timing that the report came out, we felt the highest leverage recommendation would be to focus on testing. And now, clearly, the administration received this report in May, so the recommendation is slightly outdated, but we still wanted to make sure that it was noted in the report. Our next finding is that The Human Capital Department's key performance indicators do not support efficiency or effectiveness. Currently, a list of KPIs act as the department's overall goals and objectives. However, these KPIs don't include benchmarks, so the department can't measure its own progress. Additionally, the KPIs aren't connected to department goals as defined in the district's strategic plan, which means they're reported in silos, and they aren't moving towards a common objective. The greatest impact of this is on the effectiveness of the department. This figure shows agreement levels on Gibson's staff survey of questions related to core human capital functions. These are things such as onboarding, job descriptions, and appraisals. We generally consider above 30% disagreement worthy of investigation and remediation. Our recommendation is to align the Human Capital Department's KPIs with its strategic objectives. We provided some suggestions for those KPIs, but the central component of this recommendation is that the KPIs are aligned to a departmental goal or goals. Our next finding is the Human Capital Department's use of Let's Talk hinders its ability to support its customers. As you may know, Let's Talk is the primary way human capital customers communicate with the department, but human capital is not adequately monitoring data related to responses, urgency levels, and overall satisfaction. Additionally, unclear response structures have created problems. Sometimes 10 to 15 people will be notified when a dialogue comes in, but the Human Capital Department hasn't defined who is responsible for responding in what circumstances. The result of this is lagging response times. The average response time is 5 days when the district goal is 3, and missed dialogues that contain urgent matters. Our recommendation is to bolster the Human Capital Department's ability to provide high-quality customer service through the enhanced use of Let's Talk. There are several steps the district can take to strengthen its use of this tool. First, develop protocols for how Let's Talk data is monitored and reported. Second, build out available workflows in Let's Talk that will decrease the manual burden for human capital staff, and ensure that topic leaders have assigned responsibilities for who is responding to which dialogues. Next finding is AISD personnel files are incomplete, exposing the district to unacceptable levels of risk. Our audit team conducted audit testing on 30 personnel files and found only one included all required documentation. This is largely due to 2 key issues. First is the department doesn't keep a single consolidated checklist to evaluate completeness of its personnel files. And there are multiple departments that contain personnel-related documentation, which makes it complicated for the Human Capital Department to monitor compliance. This figure shows each document that was tested and the percentage of files that did not include that particular document. Our recommendation is to strengthen controls over personnel files to ensure compliance. There are really 3 primary steps in implementing this recommendation. First is to create a single checklist to evaluate completeness. Second is to consolidate all personnel-related files into the district's official personnel file, and to periodically conduct an audit, just like this one, to monitor compliance. With that, I'll pass to Dr. Howard for their staffing and compensation chapters.
Good evening, Madam President, trustees. Thank you for having us. I was privileged to be asked to be a part of this opportunity to take a good look at what you have going on in human capital. Before I even begin, I want you to know that I'm confident that the leadership of your department is positioned and equipped and competent to get you all going in the direction that you need to be going in. I've had the opportunity to observe Ms. Hosak and now Mr. Gutierrez, who's also with you for many years in the industry, and so you should count yourself privileged. So this information that I am sharing, let that be the foundation that what you're hearing, you've got resources and tools in place, okay? I'm gonna be talking to you a little bit about the staffing of the function of the Human Capital Department. And when I'm talking about staffing, you've got to consider that at least 80%
actually you guys are a little bit higher, of your annual budget goes to positions, hiring people into the district. You guys just celebrated 72 evaluators, LSSPs to come in. That originates, that work, that function originates in your human capital department. One of the things that we observed when we originally came in is we saw that you were still handling your position management in a very archaic way, in that you're keeping notebooks and spreadsheets, okay? When you think of a mammoth machine the size of this school district, over 10,000 employees, to know that that's being entrusted on a single spreadsheet with a single individual who's kind of keying all of that in, was alarming. What's most alarming about it is that we did not observe at the time the entire global process, from what positions are being recommended to be added, to be discontinued, to be reclassified from an annual process as part of the budget process each year. And so you have a lot of vulnerabilities when you're just using a spreadsheet to say yay or nay on whether a position's going forward or not for the next year. You also tend to, when you have a sole owner of a single spreadsheet, there's a potential risk that if that individual wins the lottery, you all are going to be in a really tough place. So fortunately, with your new ERP platform, you will have the module that will allow a very robust position controlling platform to be used for the district. But again, it's about how you're going to maximize that tool and make that shift from the way we used to do things when it came to staffing and monitoring of positions, and really contemporary practices for how you're going to do it in the future. So we definitely make the recommendation that when it comes to position management, that we reevaluate how the work is done and really consider, is it really serving the needs of the district the way we've been doing it? How can we do it different? And what tools are the ERP going to give us that will allow us to maximize our time and resources to do what's right for the district staffing? I also recommend that there are staffing processes that are aligned with some annual audits of positions, everything from looking at job descriptions to looking at your staffing guidelines to determine if they're still well fit for how you're staffing your schools and your departments. And then also to make sure that you have some delineation of the responsibilities, some checks and balances, that you don't just have one person that says, yeah, we'll have a position and we're going to fund it this way. That's really something that should be split between your finance department and your human capital department, so that you don't have anybody setting up positions that they're also paying and nobody actually could see that happening. So again, moving away from the spreadsheets, moving away from a single individual managing that function really broadens the responsibility, the oversight, and the ability to do some great things when it comes to some of your staffing models. So you're heading in the right direction there, but we did want to be transparent what we saw in place, and to know that you guys are going to make that difference just warms my HR heart. So. The next area that we'd like to talk a little bit about is your absent management. Now, when I say absent management, that's very different from leave management. Leave management is things like when people go on medical leave or they have to take a leave of absence. Absence management is more of your day-to-day. Hey, a teacher calls in, they get a substitute. Did that leave get deducted from their pay or from their leave bank? And we saw some pretty significant issues when it came to your absent management. I believe, over 8,000 instances where we had absences reported in one system and not in another. And when you start seeing things like that happen, there's probably a huge gap that they didn't get docked and leave appropriately, and that could be a loss to you all. It also could mean that, at the end of an employee's tenure with the school district, sometimes there's a payout of leave or a partial payout of leave, or when they go to retire from the system, they can use unused leave. If those numbers are not exact and how many leave days are actually there, that could end up costing the district. Not only that they got a day off without being appropriately docked, you paid a sub, and then you might pay them again when they exit the district. And so that is definitely something that we would recommend that you continue to monitor. An ERP is great, but it's going to have to talk to Kronos, it's going to have to talk to your time clocks, it's going to have to talk to a lot of other systems. And so those integration pieces, your work has just begun. The fact that you've gone live, good job. But now your tech team will be able to attest, and your finance team is going to be able to attest that there is still more work to make sure that all the systems are talking and that those leave docs are being done appropriately. A recommendation I have is to possibly relieve your campus clerical and principal staff from doing the manual reconciliation of your leave, because I'll tell you what, when those days get stacked up or those weeks get stacked up and they're having to push that through right before payroll, things like that get missed. So now that your systems are going to be a lot more automated, putting in those leave requests, making sure that they're being responded to in a timely manner should be a lot more efficient for you. But that is going to be an area where you can definitely expect to see some benefit in cost savings to the district, and then also that employees are appropriately being paid when they're here and not here. The next area we'd like to talk to you a little bit about, and this is not little by any means, I don't want to diminish how much of your resources you put into compensation and benefits each year. I do a lot of looking around. I'm kind of a busybody in the HR world, and I'm going to tell you right now, off the bat, you have one of the most attractive benefits packages that we have seen in the school district in this area, okay? What does that mean? You know, people don't just work for the pay. They work for the experience and the people they work with. They work for the little fringe benefits that they may get. You have a very healthy benefits offering here in the district, both your health insurance and your voluntary benefit options. They're affordable. They are easily to be navigated. I know that there's been some question, do we do a forced enrollment? Can we do a passive enrollment? Whichever area you decide to go in, I want you to know that your participation rates are very complimentary here. You should be very proud that you make opportunities available, resources available to your employees, and they're taking advantage of it. That means you have a strong benefits department who is out there educating, who's connecting your employees with enrollers and people that can help them make good choices for themselves when it comes to making those benefits elections each year. And so I'd like to compliment that. That's wonderful. But we know that benefits is part of a total salary package. And when we look at the compensation strategies of your district and compensation management of your district, mind you, this isn't about pointing fingers. It's payroll's fault, it's HR's fault, it's finance's fault, okay? We did see some concerning issues when it came to compensation in your district. At the time that we came in, we do know that it was before the official implementation of your ERP. We did find that employees were working sometimes months before they actually knew what they were going to get paid or that they even got paid. That is just not something that's acceptable in this day and age, that employees are receiving job offers and they don't know exactly how much they're going to make. We also saw things that led us to believe that you've got good payrolls. Structurally, the language was there. The fidelity with which they are being implemented and used across the board appears to be inconsistent. How do we know that? Because we see some aspects of your data that shows us that your salaries are compressed in some areas, meaning that there's probably some practices going on where, you know, you might be hiring somebody brand new into the district and paying them a little bit better than you paid somebody who's been working here for 10 years, okay? Well, that's great to get the new person in, but what does that say to your current employee who's been here 10 years, loyal and dedicated to you all, okay? You also may be seeing that because there might be situations where people are reassigned or maybe put into different pay categories and their pay was not adjusted from whatever they were doing before. Sometimes that's okay. You might have to let it ride out a few months, maybe even to the end of the year, but certainly to go back and look at, because what happens is you get people being paid completely outside of a pay range that their position is in because years prior they were doing a higher level job, okay? What happens when you start having that occur, whether it's at the far end, at the entry level, or up at the maximum exceeding the pay band, is that you get groups of people that are overlapping each other that shouldn't be. You cannot go in and audit and say, we use the same formula to calculate everybody's pay, because there's always an exception. Well, we had to do this for this individual because we really wanted to get him here. Set the formulas, use the rules, and keep them consistent. You can have the fanciest system in the whole wide world, but the formulas you set and the standards you keep, the rules you're using when you set people's salary will adjust and determine if this type of pattern continues. So what does this mean? This means that you have some areas within your pay bands that are going to have to be addressed. Whether you take all of the inequity that's in the system and say, hey, over the next 3 years, we're going to identify a group of employees and get them set correctly in their pay band. There's no way humanly possible, not in a public school, that you could do this in one fell swoop. So really have some analysis brought in to look at how you might want to go about doing that, but really start looking at those areas of compression, asking the right questions, how did that happen? And your people are equipped. And they will also have a new system that can give them that robust data so that they can see it very apparently and identify those individuals and make those corrections when necessary. Okay. With the pay range analysis, the sample of individuals that we did look at, we did see over 200 people above the maximum. That means that at some point, somebody had to ask you all, hey, can we pay these people above what the pay grades, published pay grades say? Because every year as part of the budget, you approve the compensation of the district. But we also saw some scenarios, especially with your bus drivers, that had people being paid below the minimums. Now, we understand that they've created some tiers within your bus drivers that may mean that even though our pay is set here, a certain group of those employees are opting to work less. But it still shouldn't matter when it comes to the hourly rate. Okay? It doesn't matter if you're working 10 days versus 15 days. Your hourly rate is what we're looking at. And there are some general or what appear to be some consistent inconsistencies amongst your pay bands. Things like that need to be looked at on an annual basis. Sample spot checking pay groups to make sure that you are competitive. And then also every year I know that you guys partner with other agencies to look at the data from across the state to make sure your pay is competitive. Keep doing it and make sure that your practice, what you say on paper, is actually what's happening in reality with your employees.
Last chapter of the report is employee relations. We're going to share one finding from that chapter, which is that AISD's approach to employee investigations poses risks. First, investigative procedures are not adequately documented in the form of an SOP. This is critical for consistent, defensible investigations. Because these don't exist, many of the investigators have to learn on the job. Second, the General Counsel's office doesn't sufficiently support employee investigations, so much so that the department has to rely on third-party attorneys. And the Legal Review Committee poses several issues of its own. First, it removes authority from those at the district with the most employee relations expertise. It does not have a formal mechanism for considering precedent related to outcomes, decision outcomes. And the term legal misrepresents the work of the committee. It's not organized or facilitated by the General Counsel's office. And according to policy, counsel provides an opinion once a decision has already been made. Our recommendation is to restore the Human Capital Department's responsibility for managing employee investigations. Doing so would centralize resources and authority around the people who know this process best. It also allows other cabinet members the ability to focus on the performance of their own divisions. And with that, we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. This is probably one of the best reports I've seen. I don't know if you all agree, but it's very clear. Thank you. The findings aren't all that fun in some cases, but they're very, very helpful. So just thank you for your thorough work in helping us as an organization do a better job that ultimately meets our student outcomes. So trustees, are there any questions that you have? Trustee Hoffman.
Good to see you again. Thank you for your report. I'm happy to serve on the audit committee, so I had an opportunity to preview these findings a while back, and appreciate that you had given some of the high priority findings to the department early so they could act on them in a timely manner. I have a question just for our team and for Superintendent Segura. I just want to ask if there's anything in particular that you or your team would like to highlight in terms of responses that have already happened, right, to some of the findings that you had early notice of.
I'd like to have Brandy Hosick, come up and provide a response. I think generally speaking, this work has been going on for quite some time, and I think the work that Brandy and her team have taken on over the last many months is in response to many of the things that we knew were an issue. And so, no, I think as the team said here, there are many things already underway. It's really about kind of making sure that we continue on with the work and take it across the finish line. But Brandy, anything specifically you want to point out? She's like, I know there's a lot, but.
Yeah. Good evening, Board of Trustees, President Singh, Superintendent Segura. This is extremely enjoyable, but it really is because it has given us an opportunity to drive our department forward. I am the biggest advocate for saying we will not do things the same way that we've always done them. And so it is a miracle. It's no less than a miracle that a billion-dollar industry has run on spreadsheets and prayers thus long. And so, truthfully, it's been a can that has been kicked down the road for 20-plus years. So it's painful. It's necessary. And so anything specifically, I would say all of it, really. That's not being very specific, but when there are, 17, 18 findings, I can clearly say that we are already making great headway on every single one of them, mostly, I would say, in part to our friends that are helping us launch ERP. I cannot be more thankful for Oscar Rodriguez and for Ed Ramos helping me get through that, but we are making tremendous strides, and so it's a little painful right now to bring on anything. Change management is very hard, but I'm actually extremely thankful for the audit so that we have fodder for why we need to do these things.
Thank you. I was especially appreciative of the findings around the human capital employee investigations piece because of the sensitivity and importance of that work. We have values in the district about respect and about how we treat our treat our employees and the importance of fairness. We do have situations where employees need to be investigated or where action has to be taken to terminate an employee or separate because of, protecting the safety of our kids and educating our community. So when that unfortunate situation happens, it is so important that that be done well and that the results are fair and truthful and that the way that we respond to the employee is respectful and treats them with whatever dignity they deserve, but also gets the results we need for kids. So anyhow, I really appreciate the look at that and the findings regarding that. I really appreciate the recommendation that we put those processes back in the hands of the professionals who've been trained to do them and to ensure that we're following the lead of the professionals in that area to follow the recommendations. I did want to just ask, where are we with the status? I swear I would never say this word again because but I will say it one more time. The status of the Legal Review Committee. Has that recommendation been acted upon yet as far as the action regarding the Legal Review Committee?
Trustee Kaufman, that it is in policy, and we will need to take that to Policy Committee for that to be reviewed.
Okay, Policy Committee meets Tuesday, so
yes, sir.
Hopefully we can perhaps escalate that to the agenda because again, with the treatment of our employees, I want to ensure that we're using the processes, and if we have a system in place that was put there that is not serving that purpose, then I hope that we can remove that promptly.
It is on the docket for Tuesday's meeting.
Okay, great, thank you.
Trustees, any other questions? Trustee Hunter.
Not a question, but as a parent, I would say former parent, I'm still a parent in AISD, but as a parent and a former employee, I thank you for the report. I'm very pleased with Ms. Hosak and your progress and just a little folksy wisdom. I'd rather somebody tell me my skirt is on backwards before I leave the house than come home and realize that I was walking around like that all day. So really, really appreciate the work that you're doing, the work that your team is doing, and the efforts that all of you are making. And thank you so much for your hard work so that we can know Our goal is student outcomes, and anything that impacts student outcomes, however tangentially, employees are not, but however tangentially, we really want to make sure that those things are streamlined. Thank you.
Anyone else? Trustee Lugo.
Yeah, so thank you again to our partners at Gibson. Just real appreciation for the entire collaborative approach, and also on the administration side, the real willingness to kind of take a look at some of the things that, as Superintendent Segura said, we may have known or kind of wondered about, but for me, having, objective reviews and evidence that says, here's where we really need to tighten things up. It's been really great to see, and I'm really honored and privileged to serve as the Audit Committee Chair with my colleagues, Trustee Gonzalez, Trustee Kaufman, and Trustee Zapata. So I do have a couple of questions. One, Ms. Hosak, can you speak a little bit more about the onboarding, from just kind of a leadership and HR perspective? What were some of the things that y'all began to notice, okay, we can see it, right? And then what are the things that y'all have done to attempt to begin improving?
Thank you for the question, Trustee Lugo. Absolutely. It's really going from non-existent to quite robust. We, in the middle of the audit, which again, I am also thankful for our auditors. I again want to be told the truth about the things that need to be fixed rather than guessing at them. Onboarding is something that we've heard for a long time. There is a difference between new hire session and orientation and onboarding. True onboarding is a 1 to 2 year process, if not longer. But we talk about our values, and we talk about who we are as a district, and we talk about that, we're a family, and hashtag welcome home. We're going to double down on that and welcome you into that. So I called upon our professional learning team, who is also being revamped. They are the talent development team at this point, to completely design, I won't say redesign because you can't redesign nothing, but to completely design an onboarding package, really, an entire experience for our employees. So we do have data on how that's going. We've onboarded 1,200 employees, and so they've gone through that. We've had sessions multiple times a week, and happy to share that data with the board. But when we talk about KPIs that matter, because I fully agree that we were doing that there were KPIs in place that absolutely did not track to the scorecard. And so that's a KPI that tracks to the scorecard when we talk about retention. And so that data we're excited to share with you in October for sure.
Oh, that's so exciting. Okay.
Absolutely.
Well, I look forward to that. And then, not for a discussion tonight, but I would be interested to hear more about the ERP change management and the system integration work.
Come on over.
I know. I'll tell you all about it. I'm like, I can make charts. I'll volunteer. But anyways, for a later time.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just very quickly, want to say thank you to the committee and to Gibson and to everyone who was part of this. And really, a reminder, so often we get these, a report about something and it really validates and puts numbers and structure to things we've been hearing from our community for a long time. And I know that's why your team, Ms. Hosak, has been doing the work you did, and to see the work of Gibson really validate the need that you had already identified, along with the people who work for us. So I really appreciate the community voice being reflected and validated by this work. And it's a reminder to listen, that there's a lot of wisdom. So thank you for that, and for acting on that even before this report came to us. I think that's part of how we're seeing the staffing we see, the people in place to support our students' success. I do have one quick question. I know, and I don't know if it's for the committee or for Gibson, part of when we brought Gibson on as the external auditor, you shared a website with us from another district where reports were placed on the district's website. Do we know if that's part of our plan to share? I know it's in board docs. That is part of our plan?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Thank you.
They'll be publicly posted on the internal audit website.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it all.
Go ahead, Trustee Foster.
I really agree with Trustee Boswell. It's nice. It's ironically nice to hear what's wrong when
Yeah.
it is succinct and clear and actionable, and then most importantly that there's evidence from the administration of the adjustments. It is absolutely a validation of what community's been saying. It's naming the pain in a way that we can do, the administration can do something about it. I really appreciate that. I also appreciate, hearing about the strength and quality of the benefits package. And there are clear indications, again, as Trustee Boswell said, of the ship turning in the right direction. Our staffing picture is just 180 degrees from where it was, 365 days ago. So that's evidence of going in the right direction. One of the things that we know is that upward pressure on wages is among the factors that contributes to the quality of life of all staff. And yet, some of the mechanisms or some of the strategies that lead to upward pressure, bonuses upon hiring and this and that and the other, also dramatically contribute to compression. So if we want to, in upcoming budgets, preserve the attention to upward pressure on wages, but absolutely want to mitigate against compression or even head it off at the pass, are there are there effective practices out there that are knowable, nameable, and that can be part of the recommendations?
Trustee Foster, thank you. That is a fabulous question, and the reality is yes. It often, again, I'm going to stress, this is not an overnight undertaking. Equitization of an entire district is going to be a process. Most districts will take a 3 to 5 year approach, strategically identify critical needs areas based upon your ability to fill positions, how readily available are people for those types of positions, and then strategize how you'll equitize. So does that mean that you're going to just go in and do a mass pay adjustment? Does that mean that you're going to increment anybody from 0 to 5 years, 5 to 10 years? But yes, there are standards and strategies that work can be done, but no illusion that it would be done overnight and touch every employee all at once. This is a long-term shift, and what you'll find is if you're in a healthy process of making those equity adjustments throughout across the way, that once you get to the end, you're going to start again because life happens and the economy changes and more money. So, but yes, there are methods to go about doing that. It's just a matter of really having that analysis and then determining the needs of your employees and your employee base to identify who goes first and what are you going to do about it.
Trustee Foster, we will be partnering. I'm glad that you said that because it really is. It comes in cycles. Like we're doing it again, and when we have such a large compensation package, especially put in place, it also has a ripple effect on how that shows up, right? So we had a compensation study about 3 years ago with TASB, and we did some compression work. That was a part of one of the previous year's budget. It is time to do that again, so we will again partner with TASB to do a pay study and really identify our spots that are in need first to prioritize those.
Thank you.
All right, any other trustees? Oh, did you want to say something?
Just for the team here, I wanted to see if you could provide a clarification to the trustees. I wanted to have y'all explain kind of when you use benefits within an area. I heard you say you define an area and you use like the way that we compare benefits to other school districts in the area. But then for compensation, it was peer districts. And so like kind of when would you apply a peer district like another large urban, perhaps of our size, and when would you apply another school district within our kind of geographic area? Because I just wanted to make sure that was clear to the trustees.
So when you're looking at benefits, you really have to give more weight to geographical area because of what benefit resources are available in the area, right? So you being in Austin may have accessibility to certain resources or benefits that people 15 miles down the road may not have access to. So really looking at it from a geographical perspective, and not just necessarily what's happening in school districts, but what the public sector is doing or private sector is doing to steal away good employees. That becomes a mechanism by which you can compete is through your benefits. So you're definitely going to look at not just that you're offering a ton of benefits, because that doesn't necessarily tell the same story as the quality of the benefit you're offering. So for example, some of your benefits for your dental and your vision, they're robust packages. So, it's not just about getting your teeth cleaned, but you can maybe get some of that dental work done that you wouldn't have necessarily been able to get if you were in a different school district that didn't offer a robust package. And so when you're talking about the benefits, you're talking about the quality and the accessibility of the benefit in comparison to the cost of the benefit. And that is what puts your benefits package above in many areas. Some of it is kind of standard. It is going to be what it's going to be. You're going to pay for additional life insurance about the same wherever you go. But things like dental, vision, some of your ancillary offerings, you're competitive because you can be, because you're in a great region that has good resources and you're able to get great negotiated prices for your employees. So.
Trustees, any other questions? All right. Well, thank you, Ms. Hozak and your team, and really appreciate all this hard work from all of you. Thank you. All right, Mr. Segura, would you please introduce the next item?
Absolutely. Thank you, President. I'd like to invite our Chief Financial Officer, Ed Ramos, up to provide a presentation regarding the budget development calendar. Hopefully he got some rest over the summertime. No, he's part of the ERP team. He didn't get much rest. And I'm sorry, Jacob, do we need to cover the audit plan? Okay.
I'm asking about the audit plan. The audit committee has reviewed and proposed the plan, but I don't know if the board has seen it or needs to see it before we vote. The presentation's in here, so I don't know if we need to have a presentation.
Okay, let's hear it. In 5 minutes or less, please. Thank you.
Well, thank you for having me here. I'm Ken Ingram, a consulting director with Gibson Consulting Group. President Singh, trustees, Superintendent Segura. This is our cost proposal for '24. Very financial management heavy, sorry, Mr. Ramos. But also some additional services too I wanted to point out. One is an internal audit dashboard, which is a great way to track all of these recommendations, implementation progress, evidence of implementation. As we do more and more projects, this makes this really easier to manage if you have some type of dashboard, standard way of tracking. First one I'll briefly cover is our accounts payable proposal. This function is really important for accurately and timely paying our vendors and also reimbursing employees. Internal controls in this project are really high priority just due to cash. That's what gets you in the newspaper. And so really we're also going to look at efficiency too, segregation of duties, going back to that internal control focus, and then complying with our vendor payment timelines as dictated by law and potentially additional local policy. Financial management is our next one. We listed what we consider financial management, general accounting, budget prep, review and monitoring, treasury functions, tax appraisals and collections. For AISD, that'll be mainly your relationship with Travis County, and also state data reporting, either through your comprehensive annual financial report and additional data that's uploaded through PEMS. So this also has some control components to it. We want to look at budgeting procedures for controlling those FTE positions, what Ms. Hosak and our other Gibson team talked about a little bit today. Also, how is this budget linked to district goals and priorities? Are we meeting all of our deadlines? Cash management is a big portion of this as well, including how much cash is still floating around our campuses, how is this being handled, what are the controls in place, and segregation of duties regarding investment transactions. Next one is our state, federal, and private accountability. As we know, additional funding streams have additional compliance requirements. This audit is going to focus on mainly federal award expenditures and private grant compliance. We listed some questions here. We want to understand kind of who is responsible for overseeing and managing the implementation of the programs, what SOPs exist, and what are the key compliance domains within each major program, and how is that being monitored. Last one we'll cover is payroll and benefits. Massive expense, of course, associated with payroll and benefits. There's still manual data input or review, no matter what type of automated payroll system you have. There's always going to be end user impact. So our key scope questions: are we accurately paying our employees? That's the biggest one. Are our stipends and other supplemental pay added in a timely manner? We want to test for that. Again, internal controls. And then while you'll see this is maybe a little more expensive than you expect a payroll audit, it's this last bullet: are employee absences accurately impacting leave balances, which ties to what you heard earlier tonight. We want to take that further and look at a large sample of employees and do a recalculation. I mentioned the internal audit dashboard earlier. One thing, in addition to developing a dashboard, this will primarily be consumed by the internal audit committee. We'll provide quarterly updates noting kind of what changed, what we see as maybe areas that prompt further questioning or need for additional evidence. Our program management tasks are the same as last year. Managing quarterly audit committee meetings, we're going to get on a good calendar for that going forward. Developing our progress reports, developing our annual report, making suggestions to charter and the audit process. And we also analyze hotline and Let's Talk data for potential internal audit activities. That was actually how one of the payroll and benefits was prompted based on some things we saw in Let's Talk data. This is our basic approach. I won't go through that to keep in with my timing here. Our timing of our projects, this is estimated. Accounts payable we expect for 5 months. Financial management audit, 7 months. Our state, federal, and private accountability, 5 months. And then payroll, 6 months. And then we end with our fees for each project. We don't anticipate the use of any subcontractors this year on this work. And so the total is $461,790. And with that, I'll happily answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions, trustees? All right. I think you stayed within 5 minutes. That was awesome. Thank you. All right. Now for the next item.
Yes, absolutely. Now I'd like to invite Ed Ramos, our Chief Financial Officer, up to provide an update to the budget development calendar.
Good evening, President Singh, Superintendent Seguda, members of the board. Before you, you have the budget development calendar, and so we are going to, or I am going to summarize this calendar. As you know, the calendar does create a timeline and the steps that are necessary for us to ultimately give a proposed budget in June. And so going over the actual calendar itself, it is a legal process, and so we are bound by the Texas Education Code and legal policy to really develop a budget calendar for the district. The calendar shall be adopted by the board. That timeline is in September. And so what you see before you is a preliminary budget calendar for review and for us to receive feedback from the board. Last year, we presented this in September. The goal was to present this earlier in August so that we have the opportunity to receive feedback, direction from our board, and give a final draft to the board for consideration in September. The calendar, as you see, is color-coded. It basically differentiates between statutory guidelines, board action items, committee meetings, community outreach, which are in yellow, and then staff benchmarks, which you'll see in white. So as far as the budgeting process is concerned with this calendar, our plan is to propose an amended budget pending final legislative session. Originally, we were hoping that would be in September. We are hearing now that potentially that will end in October. Once the legislative session and the special sessions are finalized, we hope to bring an amended budget to the board. Right now, that time frame is looking like October or November. We also want to expand on the budgeting process that we undertook last year, and so we want to continue to expand transparency from the prior year process, and so continue to really learn and improve our processes from last year. The DAC will be used as the budget committee, so as part of the budget planning process, you heard that we wanted to develop a budget committee to begin looking at areas where we can begin reducing expenditures as a district. And so instead of forming a completely new committee, one of the functions actually of the DAC committee, the District Advisory Committee, is to include a review and comment of the district's budget. So it is a group that we have, a committee that we have, that we feel we could maximize its utilization. And so this committee would serve as a good steward to really look at some of the budgeting ideas that we have and really give us some recommendations. The DAC has also, for the past 2 years, worked on a budgeting exercise, so they have and are familiar with looking at the budget, looking at reductions, and so this is an opportunity that we wanted to expand upon. We also want to look at partners as part of this process, really to dive into our data. And so it's going to be important for us to really give the board specific reports and the committee specific reports so that we can make informed decisions as far as the district that are in line with our values in Austin ISD. Community outreach is going to be very important as part of this process, and we are going to do that through both committee presentations and community presentations. We have met with our district communications department, and so we are planning 9 information sessions. 4 of those will be virtual, 5 of those will be in person. And so those begin from the months of January through April. So we are moving forward with planning those presentations. And then we also want to make sure that we incorporate the long-range planning process. It was a very important process in the district as far as when we were looking at the 2022 bond program, our facility master plan. And so we really want to embrace the work that the long-range planning committees did over a period of over a year. And so we want to make sure that we incorporate some of those recommendations in this process. And then we also want to develop a process to measure student outcomes. So one of the things that we're going to be looking at as a district to reduce overall expenditures is looking at contracts and software that we use in the district. And so how are we measuring the return that we receive from these contracts and the software? And we want to make sure that we are receiving a return on our investment. So are we utilizing these contracts to their maximum? Are we utilizing the software that we are purchasing as a district? So making sure that we are receiving our returns and maximizing the impact that they have on our students. We also want to reduce the current budget deficit. As you know, we adopted a budget deficit, $52 million. And so as part of this process, the goal is to drastically reduce that budget deficit over the 23-24 school year. And so we're very confident that we will be able to do so. Also, the community and the committee budget reduction input is communicated to the board, and that's going to be used in the board decision making. So as we receive input from our committees, from our communities, we're going to incorporate that information, present it to our board to make sure that you hear what our stakeholders are asking for, what their concerns are, what their input is as a district. And then we want to really focus on delivering a balanced budget for the 24-25 school year, next school year. And so it was important for us to really be aggressive with compensation just because of the vacancies we were seeing as a district. But we also know we also have to be good financial stewards of our district's funds. And so it's going to be very important for us to deliver as close to a balanced budget, if not balanced, as we can for the 24-25 school year. On a positive note, in the 21-22 school year, we did end with a positive budget. In this past school year, we also ended with a positive budget as well. We're projecting to add about $25 million to fund balance, so that is a huge plus for us. And then if we do the work that is needed in the 23-24 school year, we should drastically reduce our projected deficit. And then, of course, the compensation package is going to become important. So the work that we do as a district, as a DAC committee, as a community looking at our budget and ways to reduce that is going to be important because we want to maximize the available dollars that we have towards our staff, students, teachers in this district to make sure that we have a long-term plan to retain our valuable employees. And so it's not sufficient for us to give a compensation increase 1 year. We have to continue that process to make sure that we retain our valuable employees. Also, as part of the process, we are going to include staff. We're going to include principals in the decision-making process, talk to them, and go over recommendations that we are hearing from the community. Once we go through this process, the final recommendation, we are confident will align with the values that we have as a district. And so we are encouraged and anxious to move forward with this process. We're really going to hit it hard in September. We haven't hit it hard yet because we have a huge ERP project that you all just heard of. And so we're concentrating on that. Pretty confident that we're going to be successful with that project, and then we can hit the budget discussions pretty hard in September, starting in September. Any questions from our board?
Trustees, questions?
Just a quick comment.
Yes, Trustee Russell.
Just want to say gratitude for bringing this to us so early and really focusing on reducing our deficit by looking at data and student outcomes. Thank you for that. And really appreciate the focus on moving things up in a way that supports you to support our campuses to get everything they need to plan in time to really set our students up for success next year. So thank you very much for this. I know it's been evolving for a while, and it's exciting to see it come into focus.
Thank you.
Trustees, any other questions? I have a couple of questions. Thank you, Mr. Ramos. This is really helpful. So I just wanted to make sure that I understood about the deficit reduction, and you also said that we had 25 million. Is that correct?
We anticipate ending the 22-23 school year at minimum with a $25 million surplus.
Okay, and then did we, was that an assumption that was in our budget that we approved in June already?
So when we amended the budget, we anticipated about a $20 million surplus. One of the things that we know is our final recapture payment, we're estimating about 900. We had estimated 913 million, so that also helped our surplus.
Okay, that's helpful. And yeah, okay, and then you mentioned the budget committee in here, and so can you tell us a little bit more about that committee?
Mm-hmm. So originally in our budget planning process, we knew that we wanted to involve a group of district stakeholders to kind of bounce ideas off of and look at data to assist us with the decision-making process and reducing our budget. One of the committees that we have in this district, the District Advisory Committee, we know that they, or part of their purview is to reduce or to look at the budget and give input and recommendations on what we are proposing as a district. And so this project falls right in line with their mission and their goals. And so it was a natural move to incorporate the DAC as the budget committee for this process.
Okay, so they will serve as the budget committee?
Yes.
Okay, that's helpful. And then on here, is there a place where, like I'm just kind of thinking back to a few years ago when we had our budget stabilization task force and we received, a proposed like a list of cuts. I think, around December, before we approved a budget in June. So at that time, we had like a good 7 months to really ruminate and complain and ask questions. So is that in here anywhere, like, hey, by this date, we're going to give you the list of proposed cuts, so that's almost treated like as a separate task within the overall budget?
So that's a great question, and that's one of the reasons that we wanted to propose the draft calendar, so that we could hear the input from the board as far as what would you like to see. So we can build in there some projections on when we want to deliver specific information. The goal is to deliver it early, around the December timeframe, so that when we start having these discussions, we have the data in front of you, and you can begin analyzing the tough decisions that may come with certain areas of the budget.
Oh, yeah.
And President Singh and Ed, one of the things I want to highlight is that the board has just finished a budgeting process, right? You are very familiar with where we are and the many things that are incorporated into a budget, such as our large budget. And the reason I'm saying that is because there are a lot of things that we've identified already along the way that we'd like to bring to you. And, for us, using the DAC as a sounding board to test those instead of kind of turning it 180 degrees and kind of going back through and building recommendations, because through the work that we've already done, we have a good idea of where many of those opportunities exist. So we're actually going to be leveraging the board, the DAC, and through the DAC, the CACs. But again, the hope is to not take any steps backwards, to kind of build off all the things that we've learned over the last several months. Anyway, we believe that'll be a more efficient process and get us to a recommendation sooner.
That's helpful. Yeah, I would like, I don't know if my colleagues agree, but I would like to see some preliminary list of proposed cuts, not the final list, but something like, I would say like December or early January, maybe December, so that you're not working on this during your holiday break. But because I think because we don't want to wait until obviously like March, and then suddenly we have tons of people coming and saying, oh, and that also gives us time to check in with our communities as well, like as trustees. The other thing that would be really helpful, and maybe you're already anticipating this, is whatever is, to the extent possible, what is proposed for cuts, to have actual like literature, like citations, research that would back it up. So if we are proposing to do something with, say, class sizes, or something with like teacher compensation for, certain campuses, or, whatever it might be, it just makes it so much easier for us to understand exactly what impact it makes and the connection it makes to student outcomes. I think that's something that's going to be super helpful, and it will help us really defend whatever decision we make to our community, because I think there are going to be some tough decisions here, and the more evidence we have that the administration brings to us, I think the better decisions. And I think you all would agree.
President Singh, we would agree. And I think I view this as almost two tasks in series. The first is going to be to do what we can to bring down the deficit in the 22-23 budget, right? And that work is almost a continuum. Sorry, no, 23-24. And so that work is starting now. And then as we move through that process, we'll start building up the next fiscal year's budget. And so I'll work with our CFO and develop a modified schedule. Our hope would be to get those to you perhaps, sooner than December, honestly. We have to get feedback on that pretty early in the process. So we'll adjust the schedule and bring that back.
Okay, cool. And is there anything that you need from us in the meantime, like as trustees, at this point in the process?
I think it's important that once we start having these discussions, we're going to give the trustees updates through the weekly board update, and just continue to be engaged the way you've been throughout this process and the budgeting process. So when we hear feedback from the trustees, it's important to us because you're hearing voices from the community, and so we take that into consideration as we start molding some of our decisions.
I appreciate that. And, I'm remembering some of the public comment that we've been having, and really just thinking about all the training we had this week on student outcomes, and really thinking about like those key scorecard indicators, like when you look at middle school math, for example, like that's probably where we're struggling the most. if I recall correctly. And so if there are things that we're going to be doing that, like that really is going to be, I'm hoping, the guiding document, even though we are redoing our scorecard.
Yeah.
And we're still waiting for our star data
report.
from the state. But, to the extent possible, just keep tying that back. Is going to be super helpful to us.
I think one other thing also, President Singh, that worked well with us this last budgeting cycle was to provide tools to the board and to have the board provide feedback through those tools. That worked well for us. The feedback we received was incredibly valuable as we built up the budget, and so we'd like to use that or similar tools along the way. So we'll have board updates certainly, but just please expect perhaps a little link to Excel file that you'll download and provide feedback to the team. So.
That was an awesome tool, by the way. We need to trademark that or something. It's really good. Okay, trustees, any other questions? Did you have something, Trustee Gonzalez? Okay. All right. Well, then we can move on. Thank you so much. What's next?
All right. I'd like to ask Dr. Reach and Edna Butts to come up and share the legislative update. Thank you, Dr. Reach. Edna, good to see you.
Hello, Ms. Butts.
Didn't you do this 2 years ago with me? You sure? Okay. I believe you. President Singh, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Segura, thank you for allowing us to be here this evening. So this legislative update actually fulfills a major requirement for trustees. After each session of the Texas Legislature, every trustee is required to complete an update to the basic orientation of the Texas Education Code, and this presentation will satisfy that. I know that some trustees have been able to already obtain this training. I was with Trustee Boswell when she obtained it, so I guess you can go get a drink of water while everyone else listens. But this will fulfill one of your required training requirements. So what we want to share with you tonight is an overview of the 88th legislative session. And we'd like to start with sharing with you some numbers. So what we have on our slide number 2 is just an overview from the years of the number of bills filed and the number of bills passed. As you can see, this 2023 legislative session, 88th, saw a higher number of bills filed than in the past. Pretty good jump from the year previous. However, the number of bills passed was not really in line with that higher number. It dropped from 2019, which was that high of the last 5 sessions, but was an increase from the year previous. So this next chart is really going to tie into the table we're going to talk about right after this. But this is a chart showing basically education funding in Texas. It's probably the most simple way to look at it. So what you see is every year since 2014, the amount of funding that comes from local revenue, and that's the darker gray color, the amount that comes from the state, which is that white color, and then the amount that comes from federal aid, which is the lighter gray. That black band that's in the middle is the amount that comes from recapture. And as you can see, it's gotten a little bit fatter every year. And continues to get a little bit fatter as we go along. But what I really want to draw your attention to before we move on from this slide is the white line with the the black line with the white diamonds. And that shows you the constant dollars being spent on public education. So while we can see that overall there is more money in education, the constant dollars has actually gone down since that 2020 year, which is, of course, right after the HB3 changes in 2019, where we expected to see some increase, and we did, you can see in this chart. But since that time, the constant dollars for education has continued to go down. So I want to talk a little bit about appropriations in this 88th legislative session. House Bill 1 was the general appropriation bill. While no property tax relief was passed during the regular session, as we know, there was a series of related bills that were passed in July during the second special called session. That was done through SB 2, which add compression of property tax rates of 10.7 cents. And it also added a $100,000 homestead exemption and a 20% cap on some non-homestead property. So that was business property for the most part. And it also expanded the number of people on an appraisal board, including our own Travis County Appraisal Board, which could be something that this board may discuss later as one of the entities that appoints to appraisal boards. And then for AISD, so as I mentioned, we have 2.5 members currently on the TCAT board. SB 3, which was also passed, increased the franchise tax exemption. And House Joint Resolution 2 added these pertinent items to constitutional amendments, and voters will be asked to approve those in November. And just last week, the order in the language of that was released. So that election, again, will come up for Election Day in November. So under the general appropriations bill, we just talked about that property tax relief, that top line of $7.6 billion. They added $3.2 billion for projected enrollment. There's $2.4 billion increase in the golden penny yield. As a reminder, under the old way of doing school finance, golden pennies are actually tied to Austin's property wealth. It's no longer tied to that. There's now a yield out of there, and it was increased. And that's actually where Austin ISD does see some of the increased new funding that we'll receive. They also included $60 million for instructional facilities allotment. And then the $5 billion for public education. However, there was no major legislation that actually spent that $5 billion. So the best way I can explain it is that $5 billion just sitting out in the middle of nowhere right now, unspent. It is possible and it is expected that another special session could be called to where bills may be passed around that $5 billion. But at this time, that money is mostly, but not completely, unspent. It also had $300 million for school safety, $1.6 billion for TRS retirees, and $588 million to TRS. I want to make a couple notes on a few of these. So that $60 million for instructional facilities allotment is great, but it's also a restoration of cuts that were made previously. So this isn't really new money. It's just a restoration of money that was previously taken away. Likewise, the $1.6 billion for TRS retirees is great, and I know that for all of us who hope to retire from TRS one day, we're glad to have a fully funded system. But for Austin ISD, that doesn't really mean much. And for ISDs in general, it's not new money for school districts. And I only say that because when you hear people say, well, look how at all these dollars that we put into public education. That's true, but it's not necessarily true that all those dollars went to ISDs. So very happy for this, but it doesn't really affect Austin ISD. Same with this $588 million to TRS healthcare. We are a self-funded system, so this actually has no effect on us. We don't see a benefit from the TRS healthcare. And I do want to mention on the healthcare that while this is great for those who are in that system, and that's going to help them, they actually will still see an increase in their premium, something that Austin ISD did not do this year. So we're proud of that and our ability, or our strength of our self-funded system. So HB 30 was supplemental appropriations. As you can see, it added $1.1 billion to school safety initiatives, so about $1.4 billion altogether. However, what I want to share is that it actually reduced funds for public education by $7.3 billion overall. And the way that it did that is that the supplemental appropriations bill considered increased property value growth. It considered $2.4 billion in increased recapture, and it considered a lower than originally anticipated ADA. So they were able to decrease the amount of supplemental funds or of appropriations needed for public education because local funds was going to make up that difference. So this actually decreased funding for schools overall by $7.3 billion because of those higher property wealth and because of some of those other items that we already mentioned. So really it just shifts a slightly lower recapture payment with slightly higher state funding, but no additional funding for schools. So now I'd like to go through some of the bills. I tried to categorize these where I could, and then after this we'll go through just some other bills that I'm going to call uncategorized, but we'll start with academics and House Bill 1605. That's high quality curriculum. This provided funding for school districts to take SBOE approved materials. And if you took the materials, you could get $40, and if you took them printed, you could take $60. And that will equal out based off of what a school district decides to take for their materials. It also expanded the curriculum review process, and it prohibits a reading curriculum that's typically called 3Qing. HB 900, which is probably going to have big changes for us, and we're probably going to be talking about in a year, was focused around school library books. And it actually created standards for school district library books, and it makes the Texas State Library and Archives Commission responsible for determining those standards. Once we have those standards, there'll be a new standard that they refer to as a sexually explicit material. We don't know what this exactly means yet because the commission will need to decide that. But a school district will need to decide if they have any of those materials and determine every 2 years what they need to do about those materials. It'll also require parent permission to check out such materials, and it will ban vendors from selling additional materials like that. Again, we're really going to have to wait about a year for some of these standards to go into place until we can say this is what it means for Austin ISD. But that'll almost certainly be a discussion that we're having prior to next summer. HB 1416 was the HB 4545 cleanup. Of course, HB 4545 was what the state referred to their term as accelerated instruction following COVID and the need for students who they believe needed accelerated instruction because they weren't meeting state standards on STAR test. So it fixed some of the issues that school districts felt were keeping us from doing this in the most effective manner. In general, it changed it to 15 hours of instruction for a student who failed a STAR test, or 30 hours if they were significantly below on that STAR test. It's no longer cumulative where you add it up for every test that they do. It also made very clear how parents can opt out from accelerated instruction. Senate Bill 2124, which is one that I have to say I really like, is an advanced math bill. And what it does is it creates a requirement for school districts to look at all students in 5th grade and how they do on the 5th grade math assessment. And the top 40% of all those students in a district need to be placed into an accelerated math with the goal of taking algebra in 8th grade. So we do have a program that is set up with our 6th grade accelerated math, which is really 6th and 7th grade, and then our 7th grade accelerated math, which is really the end of 7th and 8th grade, so that once you're in 8th grade, you're taking Algebra 1, and that is what we would look at. It automatically places that, and then it allows parents to opt out. So, typically what you see is, oh, you should go ask parents if they want to opt in. But this does the inverse of that so that we default with putting the kids on the accelerated pathway. So this is one that doesn't go into effect to September 1st. We are still looking what this means for Austin ISD, but it does not necessarily mean that it's going to affect the kids who are starting 6th grade right now. But it will be completely in effect for the next school year. School safety bills. I think the big one that we've heard a lot about is HB 3. HB 3 did a couple of things. I think the big items is it did increase the school safety allotment. So we were receiving $9 and I always say it wrong, in 62 cents. They increased it 38 cents, so we're now receiving $10 per student, so that was additional 38 cents per student. And then we received $15,000 per campus. And then the new requirements on there is some new building standards that TEA and the Texas School Safety Center will need to create. And school districts will be responsible for maintaining at least those minimum school building standards. So those are things like, we don't know for sure what will be on there, but we feel strongly that the bullet-resistant film on front doors is almost certainly going to be on there. So it'll be items like that, and we have to ensure we meet all of that. It also requires an armed guard per campus or allows for a good cause exception. And then it also requires new reporting requirements on certain safety issues. Those include things like a gun on campus. So a campus has to report to the community on certain safety issues, the families, the parents, and the students. It also allows a process for students to report and share anonymous concerns, which we're looking into various different programs that allow such reporting. And it requires all student-facing staff to take mental health first aid training. And the requirement for that is that starting not this school year, but next school year, all new staff will have completed. And then it's basically 25% of all existing staff until you get to a year, until you get to 100. And so that is something that we'll also put into place for that training. I know there may be a lot of questions in HB3, and we're prepared to talk in a little bit more detail on what Austin ISD is prepared to do. But if it's right with the trustees right now, I'll go through all these bills, and then we'll open it up for questions. So Senate Bill 838 requires panic alert devices in all classrooms. Those can be the little buttons or something on your phone or something underneath the desk, but those will be required in all classrooms. And then HB 473 requires parent notice for threat assessment. So if a student has a threat assessment against them, then it is now the requirement that the school must inform that parent, and that parent must be part of that threat assessment process. Major bills around some student-focused items. HB 18, which is referred to as SCOPE. It's the Securing Children Online Through Parental Empowerment, and you can kind of tell by the number, it's HB 18, that was a high-priority bill. And this was to try to provide more parental involvement in how student information is shared. And so this is both general and specific to school districts. It's general in the sense that it requires any digital service provider to obtain parental consent before information on a student is shared. So that could be that the student signed up for an account. It does not necessarily apply to a school system. So what I mean by that is I don't need parental consent before one teacher shares what's in the ECST with another teacher that has an educational need to know that, because it is created by the school system for a school purpose. But if we are utilizing an outside service, so for instance, perhaps we're utilizing, I'm just going to use YouTube as an example, and students are signing up for YouTube accounts, parental consent may be required because that information could be shared in other ways. TEA is expected to adopt standards on what this means, and then this board may be required to adopt a new policy that aligns with those standards. And we'll wait to get more guidance from TASB and TEA on that throughout the year. HB 114, and I apologize, this is the wrong language. The one that is online is correct. And so this was an earlier draft that I took from TASB that also had incorrect language, so I apologize. So let me clarify what HB 114 actually says. It creates new requirements for marijuana, THC, electric cigarettes, or alcohol to have a mandatory removal to an alternative learning center or a disciplinary alternative education program. It does open up the door to allow awareness programs to be used in certain situations, and that is something that AISD wants to consider, wants to continue to look at and see how we can implement that. But it will create a mandatory removal for e-cigarettes, where in the past there was discretion around that, which is why Trustee Singh shared with our community that we want to make sure our families are aware that on day one, that is something that could occur. It is no longer the, oh, you had an e-cigarette, let's throw it away. Let's tell your parents you had it. You know, here's some literature on it. Let's make sure that doesn't happen again. It is, you will now be sent to the Alternative Learning Center for 20 days. HB 567 is one that we were ahead of the game on, but is now part of state law, and that's the Crown Act. Prohibits schools from having a dress or grooming policy that discriminates against hair texture or style traditionally associated with race. We already have that in our policy. I'm willing to bet that we'll probably see some of the language in our policy replicated in TASB's model policy, but we're ahead of the game on that, but it is now state law as well. HB 926 is supplemental SPED services. It just removes the expiration date on some supplemental SPED services, and it removes the cost limit on those services. So in the past, there may have been a limit on when those supplemental services could have been used or the amount, and this is the money that families get from the state to go out and find their own supplemental SPED services, not what the district does for not providing SPED services. And in the past, it's said that you only had 2 years to use those. That date is gone, and then provides that funding again for families. So we will, again, make sure our families are aware of the supplemental SPED services that they can access through that funding. HB 3928, dyslexia evaluations, is also called the Beckley-Wilson Act. And it has a couple of new requirements. I think the big ones is that it requires someone with specific knowledge of dyslexia to be on an evaluation team in an ARD for a student. It also it brings, though, dyslexia, which used to be solely under 504, under special education, which I was told is how we think it's 48 other states have it. where it is under special education, but in Texas it was just under 504, and that's now moved. It also ensures that families have the option of an IEP for dyslexia services, and it's also going to require the State Board of Education to update the dyslexia handbook, and it will require our Board of Trustees to adopt a new policy ensuring that we are following that updated dyslexia handbook. Some other House bills, and these just happen to be in order of the numerical order of them. So HB 5, that's kind of the new 313 project. It provides value limitations to private businesses. The district will receive $30,000 as part of that bill, but there's no other incentives or payments for a district. So it would just be the value limitation that a business receives. HB 8 provides direct funding to Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board for dual credit programs. So why this one does not necessarily affect a school district, it's such a great bill, I wanted to really include it in there. This is going to create a great program for our junior colleges and our community colleges that is really going to benefit our students in the long run, because these schools are going to be incentivized for the number of students who are prepared through a lot of career programs. And so our kids are going to benefit from that in the long run. They're also going to receive more money for dual credit programs, which at the end will mean more of our students who can take part in dual credit. HB 63 is a change to child abuse reporting through CPS. Under the old, as everyone knows, all teachers, almost all school employees are mandatory reporters for CPS. Under the old system, when making that report, you did not have to provide a name. You could make it anonymously. That has been removed. So now when making a report, a name will need to be provided. It will not be shared with who the report was made against, but that will now become part of the system. HB 108, so I have two favorite bills, and this is one of my favorites, because of course, why would we not have this bill? So HB 108 allows any teacher that has had 15 years of service to get a specialty license plate for their car for only $10 that says that they are a Texas teacher. So while the state was not able to put more money in to pay for teachers, we get license plates for $10 after only 15 years of service. So how could we not love HB 108? One of my favorite bills that was passed. And even though my second favorite bill is not in here, I'm going to mention it real quickly. I apologize. I'm so sorry, Mr. Segura. I'm so sorry, President Singh. There is a new bill that allows any school district that has a performing arts center that is located within 5 miles of 2 stadiums that can fit over 40,000 people or more to sell alcohol under certain circumstances. So aren't we glad that that bill got passed? Do we qualify? No. I did go check. I went and looked on the map. I'm like, well, how far is UT Stadium from our Fine Arts Center? And it is close enough, but the basketball stadium doesn't fit 40. So we don't have the second stadium. We only have one, so we don't qualify. So I apologize for that. You can probably guess who does qualify if you think about it a little bit. So HB 621 provides temporary teacher certifications in CTE for military service members and first responders. Such a provision has already been provided for other professions like nursing, some engineering professions. So it just adds to who can also get that temporary certification. HB 1959 and then 2892 also ties right in with this. And it allows open, inter, and intra-district transfer. So that means both anywhere within a district or anywhere out to another district for children of peace officers and children of active duty military. So that would be kind of a new level of transfer that we will need to consider for our FDA and FDB policy. HB 2729 changes pre-K qualification from a qualified teacher to the higher standard, or I'm sorry, from a certified teacher to the higher standard of a qualified teacher. So in the past, anyone who was a certified teacher could go teach pre-K. Now it'll need to be the qualified teacher that has that pre-K portion of their certification. HB 3033 It creates some more information, or some more definition around public information request. Most notably, it defines what is a non-business day for the closure of when you can and can, or when the timeline runs for a public information request. This will actually have a big change for school districts, because what it really affects is when you're closed, how many of those days you can count. And of course, of the governmental agencies who are typically closed, most of them are only closed during state holidays, which have now been defined and do not count towards this day. But if you're closed during another time, you only get a certain number of days, and it's 10, right? Yeah, it's 10 days. But that means for us, when we're closed during winter break, while Christmas Day and New Year's Day will count, that's 8 other days that will take up 8 of those 10 days that we could consider closed. So spring break, we're closed 5 days. That would mean only, in this example, only 2 of those days would count. So those other 3 days, while we're closed, would count against the District for Public Information request. We understand the purpose behind it, but one question that we would ask, if there's time for legislature to reconsider this, is why universities were exempted, why public ISDs were not. So HB 3708 provides $1,500 for students who are not enrolled in a district but participate in UIL activities. And if you read between the lines a little bit on this, what this is homeschool students. In the last legislative session, they changed it so that homeschool students could participate in UIL activities. And one of the concerns of school districts was, well, you know, that's a cost to us that we don't receive. And so this bill would now provide for any district who chooses to do that. It's still an option for a district to decide if they want to do it, $1,500 per student, and that per sport. And then HB 4363 establishes a new scholarship program, Future Texas Teachers. So for students who know when they're in high school, which we have 2 amazing programs here in Austin ISD, that they want to, 3? Oh, thank you so much, Trustee Hunter. Navarro, Akins, and Bowie. Oh, thank you so much. That is excellent. So there's now going to be a scholarship program that can also help them with the university cost. So that's a great new program. Moving on to some of the Senate bills. SB 10 is that TRS benefits that I talked about earlier. SB 29 was one of the governor's priorities, and that was the no COVID-19 mandates. So it is now enshrined in state law that school districts cannot require masks, cannot require COVID vaccinations. So that goes into effect September 1st. Cannot close due to, thank you. Senate Bill 763, it allows school districts to choose to employ or accept volunteer chaplains. The language about counselors had dropped out of that bill when it had finally passed, but it still allows us to employ or accept volunteer chaplains. Senate Bill 798 removes teacher experience as a requirement for counselors. So previously, before someone was a counselor, they had to have teaching experience. That is no longer the case, and you can now be a counselor without previously having teacher experience. You still need the other requirements associated with being a school counselor. You just no longer need the teaching experience portion of it. And then Senate Bill 1720 also requires school districts to create a way for staff to confidentially report threat concerns of other staff or students. And so that's another thing that as a district we'll need to look at, how we create that room for our staff to have that opportunity. So this is just a summary of some of the bills that passed. I want to share that on our agenda item, Edna Butts has created a overview document that is fantastic. If you have the chance to look at it, it goes through how many bills affected public education?
Well, there are 81 on the summary. Yeah. It's not really, some are a summary, some are pages long. So I apologize for that, but on some of these things, I really thought the detail was important. On HB 3 in particular, I arranged it by what does the Board of Trustees have to do? Then what does the district have to do? What does the commissioner have to do? What does TEA have to do? What does the School Safety Center have to do? So that we can really see who has to do what. And also, I included what rules the bill says the commissioner has to pass. So we can be on the lookout for the rulemaking on that, and then what items are considered confidential. So that one's not very much of a summary, but I've tried to put it in a way that is easier to follow than reading the bill.
So, of course, not all bills passed, and so I want to just mention a few bills that did not pass. I think some of the big ones is funding based off of enrollment, which was something that Austin ISD spoke deeply about. There was some, my opinion, but there were some great provisions in HB 100, which was one of the funding bills that was being considered, that looked at how some funding based off enrollment could be used, especially around special education. But overall, the idea of funding based on enrollment instead of attendance did not pass. Under HB 100 was, of course, the big school finance bill. It also later became a vehicle for vouchers as well. That bill did not pass once vouchers were attached. HB 3028, and there was also a Senate Bill 2088, was the early payment discount. That was something that Austin ISD had also looked at, which would have provided a early discount to school districts who paid basically their recapture payments early. And this just is very similar to city and local municipalities who get a discount for paying their portion of sales tax to the state early. It would do the same thing for a school district. It actually moved fairly quickly, and there was no strong opposition to it, but sometimes time just runs out, and that's what happened with this bill. Senate Bill 8 was education savings accounts, also typically considered a form of vouchers, and that bill did not pass. Senate Bill 9, which had some provisions for increased teacher pay. It was bigger for rural areas, but it did provide some funding across the board. Did not pass, and that was one that was also tied up with the education savings account, the school finance, and the voucher bill, and did not come together. And then Senate Bill 1418 was an open enrollment bill. It would have basically, to some extent, removed the authority of school districts to set a lot of their own transfer policies, both inter-district and intra-district, so both between districts or within a district, and would have required districts to just, basically, if you lived in that area, you could attend. Otherwise, you needed to share how many open seats you had, and anyone could apply for them. And one concern that we as a district had with this bill is it actually would take away one thing that we feel is a really big benefit to our staff, and that's staff transfers. We value that highly for our staff. We can't always do everything we want to for our staff, but we can ensure that their transfer process is easy, and that's something that we've done for a few years now. But it would take that away, and so if we had staff who lived in Del Valle but wanted their kids to attend the school they were at, well, under this bill, they would need to go into the same pool as everyone else who wanted to go, and they may get in, they may not. The bill ended up not passing again because of time. That kind of stopped it. However, for some of these bills, especially school finance and vouchers, and to some extent perhaps teacher pay, we do expect these to come back in a special session. One has not been called yet. The Senate is focused on another priority at the moment, but we expect that once that has concluded, that there is a strong possibility of the governor calling another special session to look at school finance and vouchers. So that ends our summary. Is part of the requirement, you're supposed to have access to ask questions. That's actually in the Texas Administrative Code. And so as your certified trainer that I spent a whole 45 minutes getting certified on through TEA, I am now available to help answer questions. We also have Edna Butts available, and if we need to, Ed Ramos, Brandy Hosack could also be ready to help with questions.
Thank you. I just want to know what Ms. Butts's favorite bill is. We already know what Jacob's is.
I didn't have any favorite bill.
Okay.
Wait, how do you beat license plates?
Well, I have to say, any bill that increased school funding was my favorite bill.
Yes. Love it. Good answer. Trustees, any questions? Do you have a question? Please.
I have a few questions. So, how many of these items have direct bearing on votes coming up for our next meeting, consent or not?
Yeah, so HB 3 does have direct bearing on an item that is on the preview agenda. because part of HB 3 requires the Board of Trustees to determine the appropriate number of, using their terms, armed individuals per campus. And so under our, and I apologize, I don't remember the agenda item off the top of my head, it's under the policy section. We're recommending that the board consider naming one AISD school police officer per campus with discretion for potentially having two, because we recognize that, like, for our high schools, which currently have two, because of the size and the number of students, and because of the typically more open floor plans.
What's the relationship between the good cause exemption for funding, or I guess quality of personnel, and the recommendation?
It's not a quality of personnel, you can get or adopt an alternative plan if you cannot fulfill the at least one armed security officer on each campus, if you don't have the funding, or if you cannot find enough people to fill those positions.
And then the options would be school marshal plans or other trained non-peace officers who are carrying a weapon.
And Trustee Foster, the rest of usually, as you well know, you've been on the policy committee for a few years, TASB will do update 122, which should come out in November, where they will suggest policy language for us to adopt based on this legislation.
I would ask the superintendent or the president for the appropriate time to kind of discuss this. This is sort of our legislative update, but lots of folks have called in, lots of folks have written in, there's lots of conversations around HB 3, its nuances, its implications. So when should that discussion happen?
We can discuss it now, or we can discuss it when it shows up on the preview agenda. So I think we could discuss it now, since we've got our experts here.
So, so assuming that's the pleasure of the
Sure.
president. We have 84, 85 officers right now.
Yeah. And Trustee Foster, if I may, we also have Chief Sneed with us, and would like to invite him up as well.
So we have 80 or so, as Chief Sneed comes up, just to keep us moving, we have 80 or so, 80 plus officers. We have 116 schools on just shy of that number of campuses. We've got 43 officers on campuses. We have patrol officers. We have a dedicated crisis intervention team that is specifically responding to mental health crises. All of our current officers have advanced mental health certifications, with our crisis intervention team having certifications and training well beyond that as the expectation. And the movement of this department over the last several years is towards the holistic safety of our children, their mental health significantly included and in the definition of safety, and the work to get ahead of potential crises. So not just reactive policing, but actually community engaged, relational, conversational work. We're not perfect, but my sort of layperson's estimation is that we are in balance, and that we are being asked to comply with bad law that will throw us out of balance. And I like the vision that we have as a district. I like the way we've been going. And as we move to comply with the law so that we don't get in trouble in other ways, even though this is bad law, that we move with all deliberate speed. Just like Austin moved with all deliberate speed in 1954, I would fully expect that we move with all deliberate speed, which is to say that we're hiring folks with the right disposition, that we in no ways sacrifice any of our training, specifically and especially around hiring folks with the disposition and then providing the training to see that they have a caring relationship with our kids and with our community. And then once in service, that the ongoing professional development, the ongoing training is leaning into our vision of what it means to holistically care for our students. I'm profoundly uncomfortable right now as I think our community is profoundly uncomfortable, and we're sort of between a rock and a hard place. But what I've seen from earlier iterations of our district's work, we knew how to move with all deliberate speed before, and that we probably should do so again.
Thank you, Vice President Foster. I do have a follow-up question, which is if we don't, I think I heard you say that if we don't find people who are qualified or who meet our standards, or if we don't have the funds to do that, would we have to then implement a school marshal program or like something like that immediately, or do we have any kind of a grace period?
So currently, we're still waiting some rulemaking from under this one, both the Texas Education Agency and the Texas School Safety Center. They were both provided some rulemaking authority, which is unique. It's normally just TEA, so we should get rules from both. There is nothing in the bill that says, you know, that all of these people need to be in place by X date. I'll use the example of the mental health training, where it does say that everyone needs to be mentally health trained by this date. There was a clear date associated with that. So we are going to move with, as Trustee Foster said, with, you know, now I apologize. I wanted to say all diligence, but I know that's not what you said. With
all deliberate speed.
Thank you so much. All deliberate speed in doing this, and we will of course update our board as we move through that. I do want to share that because we recognize that it's also a safety consideration, we may not be able to say publicly, well, here's where there is an officer and here's where there's not. Mm-hmm. We will ensure that there is coverage for all of our schools. But we may not be able to say like, oh, well, there's no officer here, because we recognize that that alone is a safety concern. But we want to continue to move through that, and that will be our plan moving forward.
I appreciate that. Trustees, are there any specific questions around HB3? Is that?
Okay, then me.
Okay. Trustee Hunter.
Thank you. I don't have a question, but I would like Chief Sneed, if he could, if you feel like this is a place you can do that. You and I was fortunate enough to have a conversation with you and all the lieutenants, and really got to learn a lot as I try to build a bridge between the community of District 1 and our SROs. Can you just really briefly, quickly kind of tell me what it takes to become an SRO?
In the state of Texas, the Texas Commission on Law Enforcement governs what requirements that have to be for to become a police officer, excuse me, which requires you to attend some type of acceptable certified law enforcement academy or equivalent. After that point, it's really department to department as to what is required. Obviously, in our department, we have a very robust what we call a mini academy that officers have to attend, which takes them through policy, procedures, and many of the things that Trustee Foster, Vice President Foster mentioned, the mental health aspect of it and the whole child approach to mental health and crisis intervention. After they finish that piece of it, they will go through what we call a 16-week academy to learn the AISD way, for lack of a better terminology, and they're evaluated during that period to figure out whether or not they're a good fit. We've had officers that have not made it, and at that point, then they're released to go out and to be placed on a campus or in patrol.
But even at that, if they're released, but they have a that's still that mentorship.
Yes, absolutely. It's ongoing. And we have remedial training. Every summer we go back through and we reemphasize all of the values that not only the police department has, but the district shares, and making sure that everybody's on the same page. We went through that this afternoon, just to make sure everybody's ready for the school year and what the expectations are.
I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Trustee Kaufman.
Thank you. So I'm sure that we all agree that student safety is the #1 priority for our schools, and that we will do whatever we need to ensure that our students are safe when they come to school. we received at least half of the calls that we received tonight were in opposition to placing more uniformed and armed officers on campus, and we've received several emails to that effect as well. I really want to respect those people who raise those questions and make sure that we're providing some really solid reasons for why we would be going in this direction. So my question is really, could you just be crystal clear about what our options are? Because my understanding of why we would be placing more uniformed officers is because the alternatives would be less safe. And so I just want to really be clear about what our options according to the law are, so that our constituents can really understand why we would be going in this direction.
Sure. So the board requirement reading from the law is to ensure at least one armed security officer is present at each campus during the school day. So that's the requirement. Later, they explain that an armed security officer could be a school resource officer. It could be a officer from a local police department that we then have an interlocal agreement with. Could be a sheriff that we have an interlocal agreement with, but that it would need to be a peace officer. There is then a good cause exception. So if you are not able to comply due to either the funding needed for that or the availability of personnel, you can claim an alternative standard. And if you claim that alternative standard, the district would be required to create a plan that the board must approve, and that plan would explain how we will meet those requirements by using either school marshals or appropriately trained non-peace officers. So what that would mean is someone not associated with the school but is trained to carry a handgun would then be placed at the school to provide that security.
So if I'm understanding correctly, the alternatives then to having a AISD police officer who's been trained on how to work with students, on how to recognize and understand the cultural proficiency that's needed to try to fairly and equitably apply the law, who has been trained in the de-escalation techniques of how to avoid conflict with students and how to bring things down before they escalate. In contrast to having someone with all that training, we would either have to have another type of police officer who's armed on the campus, or we would have to have someone who lacks a lot of that training, who's an otherwise armed person who may have a much smaller level, much less training.
Yeah, who could first be a teacher or staff member, who would also, of course, have their own duties, or could just be a volunteer.
But there is no alternative in that law to having a gun on campus.
The requirement is to ensure that there is someone that has a gun on campus.
Okay. And then I just have a real quick funding question. So when we're looking at the funding for this, I understand $15,000 is the safety allotment per school, but that also covers the panic buttons. It also covers the fencing. It covers all the pieces that go into that. And then $10 per student, which for like a large comprehensive high school would be, for 2,500 students, that's another $25,000. So $40,000 for one of our largest schools, which wouldn't even cover the cost of the salary, much less all the other pieces. So this is an unfunded mandate.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, but as a clarifying question, the funding shortfall produced, if it goes into the millions, which it will, and then the reality of personnel qualified to serve as a security officer, which I think, when we work with us, the APD, everybody's short. In this local municipality, in this area, in this region, in this state, in this nation, everybody's short. Officers are retiring. New folks aren't coming on board, so the competition for officers is very high. The likelihood from a funding standpoint of making this work it's magic. The likelihood from being able to get up to speed in terms of personnel, if we ask for or declare, I don't know if it's ask for or declare, a good cause exception, does the TEA have any enforcement mechanism around this? Have they said that we're going to sanction you, we're going to do anything? What does TEA have to say about this?
There is nothing in this bill that includes any kind of sanction. We attended the attorneys in our office attended a TASB legal legislative update, and one of the attorneys said that she had talked to, one of the TASB attorneys said she had talked to someone at TEA who said they had no jurisdiction over this. So, it may be that a board, and this board would not be the only board in the state that might adopt an alternative plan that doesn't have an armed person on every campus. I kind of doubt that this would be the only board if you choose to do so, because everybody's short, as you said. So to answer your question, there is no enforcement mechanism here. It does, the bill does, and if you look at the summary that is in your packet, it's several pages long, but on page 41 and 42, it indicates what the board has to do if there's an alternative plan. If you claim a good cause exemption, the board must develop an alternative standard with which the district is able to comply, which may include providing a person to act as a security guard who is a school marshal or a school district employee or a person with whom the district contracts who has completed a school safety training provided by a qualified handgun instructor or carries a handgun on school premises in accordance with regulations, written regulations or written authorization of the district. And then the board must develop and maintain documentation of the district's implementation of and compliance with this section, including documentation related to a good cause exemption claimed, and shall, if requested by TEA, provide that documentation. So, I would imagine that, Chief Sneed has these positions open, has job postings. He doesn't get anybody to apply, or he gets a few people to apply, but not enough. We have to document all that and show. And I think really they may be leaving it up to school districts to decide whether they're going to comply full steam ahead with this law or not, because they're reacting, and as they should, to what happened in Uvalde. And if we don't comply and we have a good cause exemption, even though there not be any sanctions against us, the public will look to us and say, well, why didn't you? If something like Uvalde happened, so it's a delicate situation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Boswell.
I appreciate the conversation and the clarity that's able to be offered, and the discussion by all of us, and the seriousness with which we take this. And one thing I know that we've heard from our community about is people really concerned that because the law allows arming teachers or other staff, that we would consider arming teachers or other staff. And I would just love clarity, Dr. Reach, that is not something the administration is proposing that we consider.
No, we are not
Thank you.
proposing to consider.
I appreciate that. I also heard callers today talk about concerns about just the feeling, the emotions that having an officer on campus at an elementary school, which is, kind of a sweet, different space from our high schools and other spaces, which are joyful, we hope, and all those things, but not a nest in the same way our elementary schools are. Wonder what our options are for, and I'm not a police officer, I don't know how officers would feel, but for people who may be deployed in whatever number we have at elementary schools, a different approach. Like I see park police who are dressed differently. It feels different to encounter people like that. I know Trustee Whitley Chu at one point suggested that we have officers who are available but are also reading with our students. and serving other functions on our campuses. You know, I remember bike rodeos at my school when I was in elementary school. I don't know if we do those things anymore, but police officers led that to make sure we understood bike safety. So I challenge us to whatever we do to, I would welcome alternatives that suit the work and our community, whatever this may look like. And I don't have the answer, but I know you guys do. So, yeah, I don't have the expertise as a peace officer, but I know your team absolutely does. And I'll say publicly here what I said this morning when Trustee Kaufman and Superintendent Segura and I were with the officers this morning, that I'm hearing from districts all over the state who want to know how we do it, and what you do and why you do it, and how, as Dr. Foster and Trustee Foster was saying. So I really appreciate the manner and appreciate the focus on not losing that, and really appreciate the concern of what's being asked of us. So thank you. Oh, and one other question is, I would love an update, and we don't need it right now, but cost per person, however many we're able to hire, what the cost is, person plus equipment. I would love to understand that and kind of how we're making choices about that.
We can certainly provide a summary for the board that breaks that down.
That would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Zapata.
So I remember back in the days when we had the DARE program, the officers would come to our elementary schools and teach about prevention, alcohol and drugs, right? And the students loved having those officers there. So what are we doing to, some of our students may react because of trauma that's going on in home, or maybe they're used to seeing officers when they come to the home or whatever. So that they feel that the officers are there to protect them and not hurt them. That's one thing. The other thing, and I understand it was an unfunded mandate, so I was curious if body cameras are even being considered, just so that, there's more ease to community about anything getting out of hand and not being able to prove it.
Thank you. Good question, Trustee Zapata. Every officer in our department's required to wear a body camera, and that's been in place for at least 5 years or longer.
I guess the other piece was, is there in your training of how they interact with the student, or they're just going to be like at the front door, making sure, walking the hallways? Is there going to be any interaction so that the students feel like they're part of the campus staff and not, that it's about safety, where they might be invited? Could they be invited to a coffee talk with the parents, just to ease having the presence of an officer on campus, because that's so new?
Yes, ma'am. We currently do coffee with a cop throughout the school year. We go to various elementary schools primarily and meet with the parents out in front of the schools and offer coffee to talk to the parents about what it is that we do. We also do Read Across America, where officers will go into the school and read to the students. We do presentations. We attend the school carnivals and things along those lines. So we had for quite a while what we call the GREAT program, which replaced the DARE program in AISD. When we got short-staffed, that kind of fell to the wayside, and we had to focus our resources in other ways. But it is definitely something that we're still interested in.
Thank you. Any other trustees? So clearly this is a serious topic, and I really appreciate the thoughtfulness. Dr. Reach, do you feel like there's a space in the School Safety and Security Committee for some of this discussion as well?
Oh, 100%. I think it's probably expected that the School and Safety Committee discuss what this would look like.
So just so the public knows, we do have a School Safety and Security Committee. Every school district in the state is required to have one. Our next meeting is August 22nd. And so if you just Google AISD SSSC, you can find more information on that as well. So are there any questions or comments on some of the other bills that were on here? Yes.
I have just a couple. They'll be quick. Each will be a quick question. One is about SB 2124, the top 40% accelerated math bill. And I understand that's the top 40% in the district. And so do you have a sense yet of what that will look like on different campuses? And will we have, it's different from saying 40%, top 40% at each campus, and we know that our scores are not equitable across the district, not distributed. And so I'm interested in knowing what that might look like and whether there might be a plan internally to make sure that students with lower percentages that have fewer students in that top 40% still are giving students access to high-level math.
Yeah, and she's here for a different presentation, but we actually have our director of STEM, and we have Susan Diaz here as well.
That's the humanities.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's right. My bad. But Susan Diaz can help answer that. You want
Yes,
to
that's, and even a yes or no is like good with me for now. So, but yeah, hi, Dr. Diaz.
We can respond yes and provide a board update if you'd like
Perfect,
with
that would
the
be
details.
excellent.
Okay, yes.
Yes, thank you. Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Thank you for walking up.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Diaz. And this can be a yes or no. HB 114 with adding the vaping. Is there discretion, local discretion, about the length of removal? I know it mandates removal for having a nicotine vape. Do we have internal discretion about the length of removal to make it less than 20 days? And is that in the student success guide that is board approved?
So first, it is in the student success guide. Quickly, we do have discretion, but the 20 days was already in there. So our discretion would be in amending what we already have in our process.
I would love to consider that. I would love a recommendation, maybe from the administration, maybe our high school and middle school principals, or from the board to consider that maybe at our September voting meeting. 20 days seems like a very long time, especially since that's the penalty for a vape that is THC.
Yeah.
So I would love the option to consider a lesser. I understand we have to remove, but I hope we don't have to. That's a lot of classroom time and a major impact on student success and student achievement and student outcomes. So thank you for that. SB 763, the chaplain, the option to have a chaplain requires a board vote, as I understand it. I know we've been hearing from community wondering if we are planning to do that. I would love to add that to an agenda coming up soon so we can put that one to rest one way or the other.
So the board has 6 months to act until March 6th or something like that. And TASB has already drafted 3 different option resolutions. And one of them is that if we already have a volunteer policy, which we do, GK something, GKG, that the board can state that we do and that chaplains can volunteer, basically. So, I mean, it's just volunteer as a volunteer, not volunteer as a counselor, or volunteer as for any particular position, but just volunteer. So we will bring those options to the board.
Okay, I think our community is curious, so thank you for that. And I think sooner people would probably love to know.
And we'll work with Jacob and the board officers on timing, see if we can get that done earlier.
I appreciate that. And then I think HB 3928, the dyslexia changes. I know as we're doing this really strong work, the administration's done so much with our SPED, the budgeting has helped, we're seeing such progress toward all the things we need to be doing. Do we have the resources we need to meet that need, and do you need something different from the board to make that happen?
So Dr. Robinette and I have had conversations around this. We can provide, so I think we're well positioned. I think that because we started this work before it kind of got into law, we are well positioned to take this on. We had a conversation about this earlier this week. We can provide a more detailed update in the board update, but as of right now, I think we're okay. I would expect a recommendation comes out, it'll be in the next month, probably before the next board meeting, next information session.
Okay, perfect. That's it for me. Thank you. And Dr. Reach, thank you for making that actually really fun.
All right, so thank you to both of you very much. Also, thank you to Secretary Boswell for leading our legislative advocacy and fighting for public education. All right, so next we are going to talk about student achievement. So,
Thank you. So I'd like to welcome tonight Dr. Susan Diaz, Assistant Superintendent of Secondary Academics, and Ms. Lakeisha Drinks, Assistant Superintendent of Elementary Schools, to present the scorecard item. And again, this is third grade end of year EOI measure of academic progress map, reading and math.
thank you. And while they're getting settled, I want to let our trustees know that we received a little handout on effective goal monitoring today from our LSG coach. And so I just have this printout for y'all in case you need a refresher. So thank you.
Good evening, Superintendent Segura, President Singh, and Board of Trustees. My name is Susan Diaz, and I am the Assistant Superintendent of Secondary Academics. And I'm here tonight with my lovely colleague, Ms. Lakeisha Drinks, and we are going to be giving you an update on scorecard goals 2 and 3. So what you're currently seeing on the screen is the same screen you see every time we present to you all, is basically the goals that we're progressing, we're monitoring. So what's circled and the turquoise is the goals that we are chasing this year. Our scorecard goals are related to actual performance of students experiencing poverty on state assessments at the MEETS grade level or above. We currently have our MAP growth data, which will be the focal point of tonight's presentation. The MAP growth data is included in our scorecard as a progress measure to reaching our goals of 2 and 3. We understand the challenge that lies ahead of us, and we remain diligent in identifying solutions that will effectively meet the needs of our students.
In reviewing the end of the year data, we see a modest increase from the BOY to the MOY and from the MOY to the end of the year in 3 areas, 2.2, 3.1, and 3.2. If we look at progress measure 2.1, performance remained the same throughout the year. We missed our end of year targets in all 4 areas. We know that this is not where we need to be, and we have a plan to rectify this in the upcoming year. We also know that the rigor of the MAP growth assessment increases with each administration, and our rigor of instruction and expectations for students must align.
This chart provides a high-level point of comparison for student groups. In reading for our African American students experiencing poverty, 48% met their projected growth target, and 52% of our Latino students experiencing poverty met theirs. As a reminder, 50% is the threshold that is considered average growth. We are aiming for 60% this next year, but we are hovering around the average percentage.
And in math, 55% of our African American students met their growth target, while 61% of our Hispanic students met their projected growth target. Both student groups had an increase in meeting their growth target over the middle of the year. So although we are not where we want to be in achievement, a number of our campuses had students experience high levels of growth. Campuses on this slide had higher than average student growth, meaning that the majority of the students in the African American and Hispanic student groups made more than 90% growth from fall 2022 to spring of 2023. We know that students performing below grade level must experience accelerated growth for approximately 2 years to reach high levels of achievement. With that being said, African American and Hispanic students on these campuses are moving towards on-grade level achievement. So in reading, students in the Hispanic student group at Blazier, Ortega, and Williams Elementary, and African American students at Allison, Campbell, and Wooten Elementaries demonstrated high levels of academic growth. In math, Hispanic students in the Hispanic student group at Barrington and Padrone, and students in the African American student group at Casey, Galindo, Graham, and Guerrero Thompson demonstrated high levels of academic growth. The campuses on this slide attribute their growth to some of the following practices: intentionality during testing, such as assessing in small groups, use of manipulatives and hands-on student-focused activities, rigorous instruction and rigorous practice opportunities, and focusing on small group supports during Tier 1 instruction. We will continue supporting these campuses with the implementation of strategies that are proving to be effective, while also supporting the implementation of these practices on campuses with low academic growth and achievement. We recognize that incremental growth isn't sufficient. The growth must be accelerated. And so as we plan to move forward, it's very important that we look back and think about why our achievement is not where we desire it to be. And so some considerations from last school year is that we know that the learning from our reading academies must transfer to classroom instruction. We know that our curriculum must support the implementation of the science of teaching reading. And we know that last year's third grade students, which are the group that we are monitoring in this presentation, were in kindergarten in 2019-2020 and experienced first grade virtually and socially distanced. We also considered teacher vacancies and our incomplete literacy resources. And Dr. Diaz will share strategies, investments, and adjustments that have positioned us to better address these considerations.
So what we titled this slide as coherence because that is what we are chasing. So in this triangle, you see that our students are at the center of everything that we do. But how we plan on supporting our students and getting the outcomes that we know we can get is through three things. And the first one, as you've heard us speak of many times, is that we really need to focus on Tier 1. It needs to be a strong first teach. And within that first teach, there are opportunities to do what we call micro interventions in the moment. So that's the way that we catch students when they're not picking up a concept within that class period or that block of time. The other focus for us is professional learning, and we know that the PLCs are at the core because the PLCs house a lot of the other initiatives that we are supporting through our departments, or our United Department. Again, the science of teaching reading is going to be pivotal to the success of early literacy. Along with the new curriculum and the new HMH adoption and all of the print materials that we have purchased. We also have purchased STEM scopes with print materials for elementary, and that was something that we did not have in the past because we know that elementary students need the hands-on, the manipulatives more so than, maybe secondary students. So we put a big investment, thanks to y'all's support, into buying print materials and other resources in regards to math and literacy for our K-5 students. We also will implement or re-implement the just-in-time professional learning, which will be where teachers and coaches and whoever is able to will come in and receive a preview of upcoming units with our ACSs. And we also know that the ICs are going to be very pivotal to the success of all of this. And finally, it was the right resources, providing our teachers with the right resources that they need in order to be successful. And so, but it's not just the resources that we purchase, it is people. That people are our most valuable resource, from our teachers to our administrators to our new instructional coaches. One celebration that we have, well, we have many celebrations, but one of my favorites is the fact that we only have 4 new principals at the elementary level, and that's huge because what we need is consistency and stability. So to have such few of the principals turnover is quite a testament to my colleague sitting next to me and her counterparts. Additionally, we have shored up our digital and physical resources, such again as the HMH adoption, which includes intervention lessons tied to MAP results. So HMH purchased MAP, And this is going to be great for us because it comes with, after the students take their boy or moi or oi, then it will give specific intervention lessons to each student in order for them to shore up their skills. Also, I have to thank Heather Petrozzini for the purchase of an add-on to MAP, which is the Khan Academy, which will help our kids with math. And that is also directly tied to their results from MAP. So it will feed them Khan Academy videos that are tied to skills that they need to have additional work on. And then and a testament to you as a board was, and to Heather, was the expansion of Literacy First. So we appreciate that being a line item in the budget. Also Chief Ramos, thank you. So we believe all of these things together that we have in place this year, thanks to a collective effort, we have all the tools necessary to be successful this year. And at this moment, because there were some specific questions that were asked about the HMH adoption, the rollout of it, and also the science of teaching reading and the training, I am going to invite Jessica Jolliffe up to speak to you all about those two initiatives and their rollout. Jessica is our wonderful director of humanities, not STEM, and she has been doing a wonderful job, filling in K-12 while we anxiously await our new colleagues.
Hi, good evening, Board of Trustees, Board President Singh, and Superintendent Segura. Thanks for having me here. So I had received a couple of questions related to passing rates on the Reading Academy and number of participants specifically for the biliteracy cohort. So last year's biliteracy cohort, so those who took the Reading Academy course in school year 21-22, we had 273 participants complete. For this school year, the 22-23 school year, we had approximately 222 staff enrolled. We got our first round of passing rates back yesterday, and all but 5 passed the Reading Academy. So we've had successful completion. We're confident that those others who did not pass, they'll have the opportunity to resubmit and get their scores back again in September with some additional coaching. I know too, there were also some questions about the professional learning plan that with the rollout of the new HMH materials. So the HMH materials, to clarify, aren't new materials. It's not different from what the teachers have in the digital version of the HMH Interreading and the Ariba. But what we've done is we've purchased the print foundational skills materials for grades K1, 2, and 3. Because what teachers were saying is that it was really difficult to implement foundational reading without those hard copy materials. So what teachers are getting are instructional card kits. So they're able to get a kit that shows like a vocabulary word, like the word burrow, for example, and it'll show a mole digging a hole. So students are able to get access to like what that word means, but an action item. It also has like actual like sound and letter cards. So as a teacher is going over, this is the letter O, the students can see it and they have an idea of what that looks like. They're also given the opportunity to use a workbook to practice some of their handwriting skills, which they could do with the digital version. The teacher just had to print off the materials. That was really cumbersome. We've also provided decodable readers in print for students that teachers can use in small group work as well. So our teachers in grades K1, 2, and 3 are receiving these. So that's a huge bonus for these, for the teachers, just to have those materials available. The materials did start shipping as early as July 24th, and the last shipments arrived on campuses today. So people are unpacking them. We're hearing really nice things about what's there and what's available. We did start training for the materials on July the 17th. We've done trainer of trainers for both our district coaches, so our academic coaching specialists, Instructional coaches will also go through a trainer of trainer models later this fall, and Ms. Drinks has had some really good suggestions and feedback about how to make that TOT model ongoing for our coaches. We've also provided training to teachers. We've offered about 30 sessions between July 17th and this week. So teachers have been able to attend a variety of in-person sessions as well as virtual sessions. All of our newly hired teachers did receive an hour-and-a-half training from HMH as part of their new teacher induction program.
And I'm going to keep Jessica up here because I feel there might be some more questions that she can answer.
So over the last few months, we focused on providing intentional professional learning to our leadership teams. It is critical that we provide our instructional leaders with the necessary tools to support our teachers prior to the implementation of new strategies and resources. This slide highlights some of the professional learning opportunities attended by our district and campus leadership. The elementary teaching, learning, and leading team engaged in biliteracy training with Dr. Izquierdo and coaching for equity training with our director of CPNI and SCL. Both of these professional development sessions will continue throughout the year. Our instructional coaches and academic learning specialists receive coaching training as well as engaged in professional learning with our new resources. And this is important for their role as trainers as they are leading the support of our implementation of these new resources and the science of reading strategies. We also have plans, as Jessica mentioned, to differentiate our support for HMH implementation. We recognize after an initial rollout, campuses progress at different levels, and so we want to have a menu of support available to campuses and teachers based on their level of proficiency with the new resources, because a resource is a resource until you put an instructional practice behind it. And so just by providing letter and sound cards doesn't necessarily mean that they'll be implemented effectively. So we want to make sure that we don't just train on the resources, but that we also train on the teacher moves behind the resources as well.
And that concludes our presentation, and we welcome your questions.
Thank you. All right, so trustees, now is the time for us to ask questions on the current vision. And our goal tonight is monitoring and to see if our reality matches the vision of our district. So when asking questions, we should try to focus on the data presented, asking questions about who, what, why, and how. So I welcome your questions. Yes, please.
It's about one of the implementations. You said that you got the Khan Academy. Did you get like the videos, or you got like the individual student accounts that will, what part did we get?
Ms. Petrozzini, do you know the answer to that?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
I'll say again, so you guys referenced that we got Khan Academy, like I'm looking to see if we got like the individual student account that will track their progress, kind of like move them through.
Good evening, everyone. Hello, President Singh, Superintendent Segura. So what it is actually MAP. So it takes their RIT score in MAP, and it tracks around areas of strength and areas that need more development. And then it puts them on a personalized learning path within Khan that ties to the videos that support the learning. And then it has those checks for understanding in it. So we know the kids use Khan. A certain fifth grade teacher who's perhaps sitting at this dais may have used it when she taught fifth grade math to help remind herself how to teach some things, because it's a nice little tool there. So it's that great structure that Khan is able to give us, but then specifically tied to what kids need. So they're not also going down the Khan rabbit hole where that, do I need this? Or wait, is that what I need? I need to see what the distributive property looks like. It's going to put them right where they need to be with the check. So it was actually a very cool tool when they showed it.
Thank you. Hayes was trying to flex, but now we got it, so there you go.
Yeah. Any other trustees? Questions on this side? Oh, okay. I'll move to this side then. Trustee Kaufman.
All right, Well, thank you. I always enjoy, I appreciate you coming to share the data. It's not always enjoyable data because we all share the passion about making gains for our students and doing right by them. But but I appreciate our team, and I appreciate the initiatives that you're taking to move things forward. I think we're at the start of a new year, so I'm excited about the fresh start and the ability to, with a stable team, without the transitions that we had last year, to move forward. So thank you all. I have a few questions, though. I'm curious, you've talked about the science of reading and some of the pieces of that. I would like to just ask, could you say just a little bit more about what our approach will be to systematically teaching students to decode text that's different from what we've been doing? Like, what's the new plan to incorporate that more fully?
So everything starts with professional learning. And so one bit of feedback that I received from principals and teachers that completed the reading academies is that it was a lot really fast, right? And so they took it in before we even made adjustments with our curriculum documents. And so right now the strategy is to during PLCs, to take the curriculum documents that have been developed that do include practices related to the science of reading and provide training in the moment. And so what that will look like is on-the-spot modeling from instructional coaches or our academic coaching specialists, and performing pretty much. It's like a role play of this is what we're going to teach. How would you teach it for teachers that are still not quite comfortable with the science of reading? Because you are right, Trustee Kaufman, it is a shift from the balanced literacy approach that we once used. And so professional learning is going to be key, but again, it's also addressed through our curriculum documents.
I'm going to go back. I meant to start with the numbers here, so I'd like to go back and ask a few questions about the actual data that you presented. Some of on the campus level reports, there were some numbers like 0% of kids. I'm just wondering, am I reading something incorrect, or do we have campuses, or are there some kind of abnormalities in the data that lead to some campuses being listed under, for example, 2022-23 MAP reading percentage of students with STAR proficiency indicator of meets grade level or above, where 0% of students at that campus met that indicator? Is that possible?
No, I don't.
I don't want to name a campus because I don't want to shame a campus, but I just literally I'm looking at one, and maybe I'm reading it wrong, but it says the name of the school, 0%, 0% under the reading.
What do those indicate, the stars?
The star indicates fewer than 5. But that's just for subgroups.
This
So,
is for the subgroups. This is under all.
yeah.
I think that's an error. I hope that's an error.
Yeah, I don't have the documents that you're referencing in front of
Can
me.
you tell me which document you're looking at?
I'm looking at page 14 of the document, and it's titled, it's the very first page of the tabulated data that goes campus by campus. And
Okay.
you go down, there's a campus with 7%, there's a campus with 5%, there's a campus with 0%. I'm finding it difficult or troubling to believe those numbers.
We can look into that and get back to you with an update.
Okay.
My sense is there probably is an anomaly with that data. And one of the things that I got to speak to Matthias about yesterday was we really need to ensure fidelity to the implementation, because we know that not all campuses tested 100% of their students. So that's something that we really have to monitor and chase, because we need all the data. We need to know how all the students are doing. So my guess is, without looking at it, but we can look at it and then get you a more thoughtful answer, because I don't want to give you something, an assumption. So we can look into that and investigate it.
Okay, thank you. And when we're looking at the variation by campus, of how students did on this, even if we had 100% of the data, I'm sure there would be variation in the camp. As you're looking at the data, and looking at the strategies that you're proposing for addressing that, I'm wondering about the global strategies for what we're going to do for all students, but then also specifically when we look at African American student performance, emergent bilingual student performance, students receiving special education performance. like what kind of differentiated strategies are there incorporated in this to ensure that student groups are getting what they need?
So the new curriculum documents, or the latest iteration of the curriculum documents, provides a couple of supports to help teachers with that level of differentiation. So one of the things that teachers are asked to think about and dig into as they deconstruct standards are possible misconceptions that students might have. And so we've listed some that come from Lead Forward, and that coaches have seen over and over, but there's also a place for PLCs to do that. And then within the documents themselves, there are suggestions for differentiation for students. So for example, we've linked examples that we've received from the multilingual department about how you differentiate for emergent bilinguals, and beyond just like providing sentence stems and things like that. We also have anchored the documents in that universal design for learning. So PLCs have that for a reference too. So as they're thinking about differentiating, they're thinking about the product and the process, right, and the assignment that students are doing. And we have some additional special education accommodations and supports linked there for teachers to use. So everything that they would reference to make those, to differentiate for different groups of students, are linked within the documents. And so they're able to really tailor some things for their students to help move performance.
And in addition to that, for those of you that follow the Office of Elementary Twitter account, a plug for that, you'll see that all of our departments came together at the PAC today to talk about how we are going to work hand in hand in supporting campuses. And so in the past, we would have a few departments represented at PLCs and when we work on campus improvement plans. And so this year we will start engaging all of our departments. And so we won't just have our ACSs at weekly PLCs. We'll also have representatives from the MET team, and we'll have someone from advanced academics. And if a campus has a goal on their improvement plan to retain teachers, then we'll have representatives from our talent strategy team. And so I think when you have all of these minds with different levels of expertise all come together, then we're better able to meet the needs of our students. And when I met with the principals, the elementary principals, for the first time in this role, I really did stress how all of this work has to be grounded in CP&I. Like, that is key. Like, we can have, as many resources as we want, but we have to have connections to cultures and families and build relationships so that the students are receptive to the instruction that we're providing to them. So, whether it's our special ed students, our African American students, emergent bilinguals, we have to look for points to connect, and we have to make the learning meaningful to them.
And I would like to, I think, second what Trustee Hunter had brought up earlier in the meeting around really being able for us as trustees to be able to respond to the very real and important questions that our community is asking about how are we addressing African American student performance. And so I would really love to have that conversation either at a board meeting or at a separate time for us to really understand, like, what is our plan to shift this balance that has been characteristic of Austin for decades. So how, what can we do that's going to jar that and move it forward? I don't want to ask that for you now, but I do hope that we can have that conversation.
Yeah, for sure.
So when you're looking at like students who aren't meeting the reading goals, either on STAR or on the map, what are some of the reasons that students aren't passing? Like, what is it that's, like, what are some of the diagnostic reasons why students aren't meeting it? And then how are we addressing those different, right? Because there's different reasons kids don't pass a test. Like, so how does our work, like, what are the reasons and how are we differentiating?
So there would be a number of reasons, right? And so one of the first things that I think we have to look at realistically is who's in front of the teacher instructing, right? And so for the last, couple of years, it's been a challenge to make sure that every classroom had a certified teacher that was highly trained. And so we are very encouraged with the work that has happened across the district, primarily with our talent strategy team, to providing teachers to every student.
And appreciate that direction, but I want to kind of refocus on, like, for a particular student who's sitting down to take a test, and I'm looking at this test, and I'm like, wow. Like, for example, I don't know what those letters spell. I can't decode this text. Or thinking of like an EOC exam, or higher level, like, wow, like I read it, I understood it, but this higher level thinking question is baffling me, right? Or I could decode the words, but I don't really understand what they're saying, right? So I'm thinking of like when the student sits down, so that the diagnostic piece of the teacher being able to say, of that expert teacher you have, being able to say, like, okay, what this student needs is decoding. What this student needs is comprehension. What this student needs is higher level thinking, or what are the other things, and then how do we differentiate for that? And I know this is elementary data, but I'm looking ahead to our students who are in high school not passing the EOC, and really then, I'm thinking of those questions around how are kids getting through 12th grade in our district and they can't read? Right? But does that mean they can't read, they can't decode the text? Do we have students in 12th grade who can't decode the text after 13 years in our district? Or is it that they can decode it, but they don't really understand the vocabulary? Or is it they can read, right? They can read, but when it comes to the higher level questions on the test, they can't pass it, right? So those are like categories I'm thinking of, but like what is it that you see, and how are we addressing that?
I mean, I think, right, you've named a lot of the things that students struggle with, right? That they struggle sometimes with comprehension, they struggle sometimes with stamina, they struggle sometimes with vocabulary. Also, as students are reading, especially if it's a star-based passage, it often speaks to an experience that they haven't had before, and it's really difficult, or it can be difficult, right, as you might imagine, for a teacher to prepare all students to understand, like, what it means to take a trip to the beach or go skiing or play tennis or something like that, right? If it's not something that a student's seen, had experience with, it becomes really unfamiliar. I mean, I think about even like a word like baloney, right? Like, if you don't hear somebody say it and like point to the package, you don't know what it says. And I have a 5th grader who's a really good reader who stopped and said, "Mom, I don't know what bologna is." And when I looked at the word, I said, well, that's bologna. Like, you know what that is, that's lunch meat. But he had never put those two together. So if you don't have those experiences, some of the things you read are gonna be confusing for you, you're gonna misunderstand. MAP growth does do a lot of really good things for our students in terms of when they go in and take that diagnostic test. And one of the really nice features about MAP is it takes some of the guesswork out of what a teacher is doing in terms of saying, is it vocabulary, is it comprehension, is it stamina, is it experience? Because a teacher can drill down at the student level and see that where a student's really struggling with particular passages at a certain level is that they're missing some decoding skills. You may be a 5th grader who needs some support with some 2nd grade standards, and it identifies those for you. And so as a teacher, being able to drill down to those student level reports, and it does take time to do that, but looking at your students who seem to really be struggling the most with MAP, it does allow you to see, okay, I have these students who all need help with these 2nd grade decoding skills, and I have these students who need help with these 4th grade comprehension skills, and allows for those tailored lessons and some of that vertical planning and vertical teaming that we know teachers do with each other, where you're really asking, a 5th grade teacher might not have a lot of experience teaching students how to decode text, but they can go to a 2nd grade teacher or 1st grade class and say, okay, how do you go about doing this? They can look in their HMH platform and get ideas for how to do it because they have access to all of those. I don't know if that helps, or if that's more along the lines of what you were thinking, Dr. Kaufman.
It does help, because it's like not just this student passed or didn't pass, but it's like this is what they need, and this is who can provide that support for them.
And that is an area of opportunity for us, because you get from A to Z through intentional progress monitoring and responding, right? And so we are working to have very clear data points across the district to level set that progress monitoring, and then also to provide support to teachers as they move from A to B and then B to C. Because it's not always intuition when you're teaching a student to read. And so we want to be able to provide supports to the teachers as we identify it is a decoding challenge,
or, or its background knowledge, because there is there are different moves that you make to support the student to move to the next level.
And just to add on one more thing, at the lower grades, grades K1 to one of the resources that we've provided in the curriculum documents this year that's new, that we tried in summer school and it was very well received in that second grade lit camp, is a check sheet for teachers to use with their students as a progress monitoring sheet on how the students are progressing with their foundational skills, so they can go in and check, like, students can decode text, or they recognize these letters, or they recognize these sounds. And so it's a great way for teachers ongoing throughout the year to progress monitor with students and provide parents that information, have that information for themselves, so we can ensure that at the end of the semester, at the end of the year, at the end of different checkpoints, our students are making progress. And we had a lot of success with that in the lit camp. And as we pointed that out to teachers in training, they've all indicated that it's a useful resource, right? It's something that the team created.
And I'll also add that I think it's really important, even though our students may be lacking some skills, they need to be taught at grade level. Because that's the goal, right? So the goal of every day should be, we're teaching something that is on grade level. Now, how do we reach all of our students so they're able to achieve that grade level standard by the end of the class or the block of time? So within the curriculum, there are many different ways that we have indicated that for teachers to differentiate and how to scaffold, and in addition to the fact that, what Jessica was talking about with the information that teachers can get from MAP, though all of those are scaffolds in order to accelerate a student to access the grade level standard. Because I love Mike Mattos, and what he says is, if you teach students below grade level all year, where are they going to be at the end of the year? Below grade level. And so, and that is the idea of high expectations for students. We know that a lot of our beliefs, students pick up on those things. So the idea is every day that the goal is to get all students to the grade level standard.
Good, thank you. A couple more. I hate to dominate all our time, but then so hopefully these last three questions can be a starting point for further conversations. But I understand that, I asked this at the last meeting, and I understand that the Spanish results are still not included because what the board has requested through our outcomes is for the English. And so you're still operating off of what the board had asked for. But, surely the administration and the campus teachers use the Spanish data as well. So I'm wondering, what do the Spanish results tell you? And how do you use the English and Spanish data collectively to appropriately interpret results for our, 1,500 third graders who are emergent bilingual and our 10,000 plus emergent bilingual students in K through 5? How is that collection of the English and Spanish together being used to inform instruction for those students?
So yes, we do have the Spanish data, and so for both growth and achievement, when you factor in the students attested in Spanish, the data is actually better. Again, it's not the data that we desire, but it is better. And I think it's really important when we look at MAP growth and the skills assessed on MAP growth, from a biliteracy standpoint, like what connections are we making for students between English and Spanish, and how are we using that information to inform our classrooms, so bridging and things of that nature. And so when, as an executive director, when I sat with the principal, that is what we looked at, because we do have the assessment in both languages, because that's what we practice for each student. And so then it helps us to make connections around instruction. And what is specific to one student, or is this something that we're seeing across a classroom, or is this a trend that we're seeing across the campus? And so that is one way.
And we know we can do better. in regards to what you are asking for. And Yvette and I have had many conversations about what that's going to look like. So we've talked about measuring language proficiency, utilizing school, city, and rubrics, and then also, about the fact that we need to do a better job of comparing the reading in English and Spanish and looking for connections within that data, and a better job of promoting that data too. So you are 100%. We have been more focused on the English for various reasons, but we know that this year is a new year for us to do things right. And again, I was lucky to speak with Matthias today, and one of the things that we did talk about is that in some ways I've told you that this is kind of like a rollout of MAP, but we're very serious about the implementation of it because we want to ensure that we're getting accurate data and that there's no anomalies in it, there's no zeros in it, and doing a better job with monitoring the Spanish results.
And so I do want to say, because I know there are many principals watching, and having had worked with principals, I think maybe through these conversations, there's been a focus on English data, but I know at the campus level, there has been a focus on Spanish data, and because that's what's right for kids. And so while it may not have happened in this space, it does happen with the individuals that are delivering instruction to our emergent bilingual students.
Yeah, and I'm not sure what our timeline is going to be for revisiting our goals, but when we do, I'm looking forward to the recommendations on how we can, what data we can look at that will more accurately represent the strength and potential of our emergent bilingual students as well. So looking forward to that recommendation. I do want to ask, on the considerations for 2023, there's a list of things, but I'm wondering, how do that list of considerations reflect the strong body of research that shows that dual language is the most effective academic program for students identified as emergent bilingual, and that the biggest predictor of long-term academic success in English is the duration of instruction in Spanish for emergent bilingual students who speak Spanish. So I don't see anything about dual language or biliteracy or anything on that list. I'm wondering, where does that fit in? Because I know it fits in. I'm just wondering where it fits in.
No, it does. It absolutely fits in on the list. And we have very targeted strategies this year for addressing our dual language program implementation. And so honestly, we know that presentation's coming up, as well. And so we look forward to providing you with the long list of things that we are doing to strengthen our dual language program, including our dual language look-fors. That's now included in our PPFT document, so that we are really focusing on the components of dual language when we visit classrooms. I spoke to the training that my team is participating in regarding biliteracy, because we in fact coach principals that coach teachers. And so in the past, I think we've trained from the teacher up. But we're trying an approach now to train from the leaders to the teachers, because we have to be prepared to support the teachers through implementation. Because when they experience challenges, we need to have the coaching tools to step in and move them through those challenges. And so I reflected, I think, a few pieces of our work around dual language, but not the entirety, knowing that there would be another opportunity. But that's definitely a consideration.
Well, I appreciate the discussion here, because it is a literacy and biliteracy issue, not just a MET issue. So I appreciate it being discussed here. And last question, I promise. So the new curriculum that you mentioned, I heard you talk about the new curriculum documents, and then I heard you talk about the oracy strategies and transfer strategies. Does the new curriculum materials, do they explicitly map out like language objectives and oracy and teaching for transfer and other, what are the strategies, what's built into those documents that will support the progress of our 1,500 third graders who are Spanish speakers?
So the documents come right in a couple of layers. Describe it sometimes as like a Russian nesting doll, where you have your high level year at a glance, right? That just tells you like very basic things like TEKS and number of days and time in each unit. The unit planning organizer has a component that's called the learning progression. It's based on Marzano's research. So it has a learning target that's the deconstructed standard for a particular lesson. And then there is success criteria, which will reference in the success criteria, not in the definition of what success criteria is, but as it's written out, it references like some student like thinking, speaking, writing moves. And then we have a piece related to formative assessment. And in that formative assessment is where you see like what you would think of as a traditional like language objective kind of reflected, right? Because the language objective is something that we want teachers to write themselves as they're planning the lesson. But that formative assessment piece and the success criteria and then that learning target will help inform teachers as they're writing that language objective. So if the end result, right, is that students are able to write a first draft of an essay, like that'll help you write a language objective, right? Or if a student is going to talk with a partner about how they're solving a problem in math, that informs, right, the language objective that's being written in the classroom. So that's where you see that kind of that level of support for teachers. And then when you go into the instructional resource guide, which is really the detail of resources, often it provides like some week-to-week or even day-to-day examples. For literacy, for example, it pulls out like the weekly kind of recommendations from HMH around teaching phonics instruction for students, right? What letter to use, what high-frequency words to focus on. Our lesson plans that we had last year are embedded in those instructional resource guides. And so a teacher can click on the lesson plan, and I went in and did it back there just to show Dr. Diaz earlier. You can click on a lesson and all of the great supports for dual language that we had last year, right? And for students not in dual language, the language objectives, the oracy slideshows are there. So what explicitly supports teachers in teaching oracy, examples of how to do the bridge are there. So all of those components of dual language live in those lesson plans. If teachers need a very explicit example and a resource to do it, those are at that lesson plan level, but those are in the instructional resource guide, and it'll really detail out for a PLC, like this is when exactly it is you use it. But so it's there as a resource and a support.
And I want to add on to what Jessica said. One of the things that we tried very intentionally to do was consider that a language objective is good for all kids, actually, because it's a way of showing what you know. So that's why we did put several examples in there where it is we embedded those oracy strategies within the formative assessment, because what a better way of showing what you know than through reading, writing, listening, and speaking. So, Dr. Fernandez and I and Yvette and everybody else really thought about that, because I think sometimes it can be seen that a language objective is something separate, and we wanted to show teachers that actually, no, it's not. This is good for all kids because it is a way to show what you know. So those things will feel very natural and not like something separate, another thing to do. It's just the best way to find out what your kids know.
Thank you. Thank you, my colleagues, for indulging my long period of questioning.
Thank you. No, we all learned from that, so thank you. Any other questions, trustees? Yes.
Thank you all for this. I really appreciate it, and really appreciate a lot of what you've shared. The outliers, thank you for bringing that to us with some why behind it. Really thank you for talking about moving forward and looking ahead at things that are different, the focus on what's different looking ahead than what it's been in the past, and really want to celebrate that consistency and stability for our kids. So thank you for highlighting that too, because I know that wasn't what we saw last year in the staffing. So it's exciting to hear your optimism, and I hope that really translates into great things for our kids. So it's great to be able to start from that point. I appreciate it. I have some questions. I want to start with questions about the goal progress measures. and look at the math specifically and really try to find out what you know about why students seem to continue to be struggling more in math. And I know we're seeing that across grade levels. And I think, a couple of years ago, coming out of the pandemic, I think there were theories that said kids are just missing bits and pieces. They weren't there. As soon as we fill those gaps, they're going to leap forward. And yet we continue to see this lag. And I know that's not unique to us, but I'd love some understanding of kind of why that is and what you need from us and what the plan is for really addressing that, since those are skills that build over time.
And so in math, it's really important that you start with the concrete before moving to the abstract. And so we realized during periods of social distancing and not using manipulatives in classrooms that some of the foundational skills for a number of our students weren't taught with best practices. They were taught the best we could do at that time, right? Because we weren't necessarily pulling students to the table, like to the small group table, and pulling out the snap cubes or the base 10 models. And even when we had digital options, because we do have that, it's just not the same as having a 5-year-old touch, the item that they're counting. And so we are really looking at going back and really highlighting the importance, even if it is a 5th grader, that we are teaching with manipulatives, because I don't know that there's any age that you're too old for a manipulative, right? Like you pull out whatever that you need to get a good understanding. And so I really do think that it is filling the gaps, because we would be a little naive to think that we could go back and fill all of the gaps that have been created over the last couple of years in a semester or in a year. And so we have to be very strategic about accelerated instruction. And I say accelerated instruction and not intervention, because they're two different things. But with our accelerated instruction, we do need to go back again and embed those best practices and pull small groups, and not small groups as a tier 2 or 3 intervention, but small groups as part of your tier 1 intervention. Like I have a couple of students that aren't quite, following along. Let me pull them over while the other students work in pairs, and I'm going to pull out these manipulatives, and we're going to role play, and we're going to demonstrate, and we're going to do all of these things. And so I do feel confident that over time, just going back and bringing back these best practices will help us to start closing some of the achievement gaps. And I spoke to the experience that students had during that time, but we also onboarded a lot of new teachers during those last 3 years when we weren't necessarily teaching and holding individuals accountable for those practices, because again, safety was key, to no one's fault. We weren't encouraging, again, pulling students into small groups or using cubes, like how do you clean them before you let another, group use it. But I think that we are in a different place now to where we can bring those best practices back and start to close the gaps, because you are correct. Typically, math runs a little more smoothly than reading, but it has been, a challenge to get back on track.
And so it sounds like what I'm hearing is the issues remain the same. It's just taking longer than maybe people thought.
Right.
To fill, there's so many gaps. It's
Because,
taking longer to fill them.
It is, because we had more students, again, not being taught foundational skills with some of the best practices that we know. And so where you normally would have had 5 students in a classroom that were struggling, now you have, 10, 12 students in a classroom that are struggling.
Each with a different gap. Yeah. Okay, thank you. That is helpful to me. Do you have a sense of, when you look at progress less than we want to see, obviously across the board, but that flat progress on 2.1 for our African American students in reading, do you have a sense of why that is and how to address it?
Yes, we have to teach with high expectations, and our lessons have to have high levels of rigor. And so that was a question I had when I looked at 11s all the way across, right? So we called our MAP growth, contact, and I'm like, I know that students had to have made some progress, and she had a really good explanation, is that the MAP growth assessment itself, from the beginning of the year to the end of the year, increases in rigor, right? And so students can show incremental progress, but if they're not showing progress to the level that the test increases in rigor, then it looks like they flatlined. They've not necessarily flatlined. They've made some gains, but they've not made the gains that we need them to make to reflect in the data. And so, again, that all goes back to the expectations we have in questioning and the tasks that we provide for students to do, and making sure that, as Dr. Diaz said, that we are teaching on grade level, because if we're not teaching on grade level, then they're not going to perform on grade level.
And do you see, sorry, Dr.
Really
Diaz.
quickly, I just want to add, and it was one of the things that Lakeisha brought up a lot. It's also about, ensuring that we are implementing MAP with, fidelity. We talked about some of the campuses that, she highlighted for you, right? And how can we transfer those practices to the entire district? So we are ensuring that the data that we're getting is accurate and valid. So just, adding on to what she said, the best practices that we're seeing at the campuses that were highlighted, how can we spread that district-wide?
And you feel like at the campuses where students were, where we see those outliers that are doing better, you feel like the rigor is higher, the expectations are higher, you think that's something that's contributing?
Yes, and we highlighted some of the campuses, but we do actually have some additional campuses that are still in low achievement, but experiencing high growth or demonstrating high growth. And so, again, they don't have the achievement data that we want, but if they continue to experience those or demonstrate those levels of growth, then they will move over to the high achieving performance levels.
Okay. Thank you
And
for that.
I'm also going to add on that. And that's why you see when in the growth data for math, they're growing more in math. So again, the teachers are doing great things, and they're moving the kids faster than we're seeing the movement on reading. But as Ms. Drinks pointed out, it sometimes takes a while because of everything that they have experienced to get them to where they need to be.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Do you feel, we talked a lot over the past couple of days in our training about goal progress monitors correlating to the goal itself, and feeling like the MAP data that we have may not be a great indicator of our STAR data, and I would love to talk with you guys about whether our GPMs are measuring the right things, whether you feel like it's giving us a meaningful conversation as we're monitoring and as we look to kind of our scorecard, helping us make sure what we're doing is helpful to you together, so these conversations are really deep and meaningful. And that correlation, I'm curious about how well you feel it does or doesn't correlate.
We could stand some adjustments.
Okay. Okay.
I think, Trustee Boswell, one of the things that we've talked about over the last couple of days as a 10-person team, and then over the last several months as a much larger team, is that there are two things. One, is the tool correlated, and does it over time suggest that we're going to understand how our students are going to perform? And then two, if that's true, then it has to be implemented with fidelity in order for those outcomes to be correlated. And so right now, one of the things that we're struggling with is, does the information we see, is it an issue with fidelity and implementation, or is it the correlation? And so we absolutely think there's room for improvement. We're actually eager to take that on with the board. I think there's going to be a much longer conversation to be had with the academic team and the leadership team here, the teaching, leading, and learning team, in fact, before we get to where we want to be. But yeah, there are kind of two things that are creating that span that we really need to understand before we make our final recommendation.
Okay, well, I appreciate it. I feel like they're helpful conversations, but I feel like there's another place we can take it, so I'm excited to see what you guys bring to us. So thank you for that. I think I'm good for now, so I appreciate it. Thank you all.
Thank you, Trustee Boswell. Any other trustees have questions?
Yeah, I have a quick one. I was really intrigued when you talked about like the experience gap and student achievement, and that's something that I think doesn't get talked. We talk about curriculum, and we talk about all these really, really important things. But a question I have to the administration is, are there plans to help students increase these just, general experiences like field trips or even on-campus experiences, and how can the board support that work going forward?
We do have lots of organizations here locally that are very willing and eager, right, to have students come in and do field trips, experience field trips. You think about like Pioneer Farms, the Bullock Museum, the Blanton Museum, the Neil Cochran House, or LBJ Library, all ones, that I'm familiar with and have worked with, right, that provide students with an outside experience. I think too, part of it is going back to that like teacher training piece, and part of it is curriculum design, part of it is PD. Part of it is work in PLCs, is when you're getting ready to read a text, right, or talk about something in social studies, or talk about a math example or as a science example, really think about like what experience your students may or may not have had, and what you might need to talk to them about, or even what kinds of basic questions you might want to ask them about what do you know about this thing that we're going to study. Like, tell me some things that you know, some things that are confusing, and then you can use that to even in class, right? If you're just showing some pictures, talking about something, a short video clip, talking about your own experience doing something, bringing in something tangible like an artifact for students to relate to. All of those things, those examples of like regalia, can help at least ground students in, bless you, this is what this is, and this is what it means, bless you. But certainly there are lots of experiences for field trips that we're working hard to get in front of teachers and help teachers with that process of navigating like permission slips and bus and how do you pay for it and all those things, so that they feel confident in taking students out, and that it's something that they want to do because we're making it easy for them.
That, and I would like to also add that our students do have lots of experiences as well, right? So it's a matter of honoring those funds of knowledge as well. And so it's yes and. Yes, we want to give them great experiences, and we want to value their own experiences.
Thank you. Any other questions, trustees? Yes, Trustee Lugo.
I feel so intimidated with all the teachers that like know pedagogy. I'm just happy I can say that word. Okay, so, but I learn a lot. I say that in jest, but I do learn a lot from you guys. Appreciate it. Okay, so, I'm wondering, how does the data help inform supports and strategies for fourth grade teachers? You know what I mean? So we see these outcomes for third graders. Well, they're fourth graders now. So how do we, what kind of supports are being provided to both students and teachers and families?
I think it was Jessica that I reached out to because we know that the reading academies are they're K through 3. And so when you have students that are moving into fourth grades, those teachers haven't necessarily had that training. And I was actually a fourth and fifth grade teacher, but every year I had students that were still learning to decode, right? And so it's like, so what am I going to do to help them? Because that was not a skill set that I necessarily had. And so as we think through that, we do have some district level training focused on the science of teaching reading with some of our humanities staff. And I actually went to one of the sessions during Leadership Institute, and it works nicely for our fourth and fifth grade teachers. And so we'll have some opportunities for them to participate in some professional learning around the science of teaching reading. Also, our instructional coaches are going to be a huge asset in that regard because they're on campus to support teachers at any grade level. And so by helping to build their expertise, they can then go back to campus and work side by side with our intermediate teachers because we speak of fourth, but we also have some fifth grade students that are going to need some support in that area as well.
So the training, is it optional?
It is optional, but we are being very strategic in how we present professional learning this year. I mean, it's been a rough couple of years and teachers are tired, and asking for Saturdays and time after school it's not always, something that's workable. But we do have PLC, time to hour advantage, and that's something that every elementary school across the district has. And so we're looking at how we can bring to trainer of trainers. So our instructional coaches are actually the ones that leave the campus because they don't need substitutes. They get the training and then they go back and they're able to turn that learning around to teachers through the PLC time.
And then for any of this, for all of the schools, but most especially any of the schools that were more on the low academic growth side of the spectrum, the instructional coaches, is that going to be more kind of in response to, or is it going to be proactive where it's like, all right, y'all, this is how our third graders did last year, fourth grade, fifth grade teachers, this is what we're going to do this year. Be prepared, because some of your kids can't read.
And we are going to prioritize those campuses. We had some conversations today with our special ed team because they have put together some professional learning opportunities that actually address Tier 1 instruction, and we talked about prioritizing our campuses that have right now low growth and low academic achievement. And so that is always a priority. But again, it really comes from working with the principals and having the executive directors visit the campus so that we can tailor plans based on the needs of not only the students, but also the teachers. We have some campuses that have teachers with many years of experience, and we have campuses that have teachers that have very few years of experience. And so the way we address the needs of those campuses would look differently.
All right, great. And then how does this information, or does this information get out to parents? Like, hey, yay, your student grew.
You mean with
and
respect to
they're not
map
on
growth?
grade level? Yeah.
So Map Growth provides a parent report that I know, like, for my students when they've taken MAP, and I've had all three of them take MAP, you get sent to you or given to you by the teacher at like a parent-teacher conference, but it outlines where you are with your growth. It shows where the student is on their growth curve for a boy, for example, and it'll say, this is what you need, this is what you're expected to do, or what you need to score in the MOI to show you're making progress, end of the year to show you're making progress. So it outlines for you like what the score means, what it does, and then what your students need to do for later. So it's a great talking tool and piece for teachers to use at those parent-teacher conferences throughout the year. They can also be like emailed home to parents, like at the secondary level where we do like a kind of a conference light version, right? You're able to pull those reports and share those with families.
Okay, so it's really more so, so it's really more so kind of dependent on campus and teachers and parent availability, and I just want to be, clear about that.
Right. So one thing that we did a couple of years ago that we didn't do last year that I intend to bring back is that reviewing the MAP growth data was a requirement for parent-teacher conferences. So it was on every teacher's agenda in elementary because those reports aren't always user-friendly. So I have a reality check at home. So things come home and I understand it because I'm an educator, and my husband is like, what is this? And it doesn't make sense, and y'all send too many messengers and all of these things. And so so that helps me to, like, it checks me, right? So like, yes, I understand this report. Yes, I understand how to navigate the portal, like all of those things. But then his feedback allows me to make adjustments in this position. And I do know that the MAP growth reports are not always parent-friendly. And so we will go back to having teachers review those during conferences. But I've also encouraged all of the elementary principals to set a more personal goal for the students. So they should have an academic goal and a personal development goal. And then they should have at least 2 people on their campus that are supporting that goal and checking in with them and helping them to set new goals. And so that was my informal challenge to them, because I think sometimes those goals are a little more meaningful than the MAP growth goal, and they're usually a little easier to pull the family on board. Like, here's a realistic goal versus like, here's a RIT score goal.
Right.
And so we're gonna, attack sharing the data in probably a more personal way.
Okay. Yeah, I'm so excited to hear that because that was going to be my next question is like, not only how is the information shared with families, but how is it then communicated in an age-appropriate, student-appropriate way? And some kiddos are driven by self-competition, some kiddos aren't, right? And thinking about how to do that with them. Oh, there was something else. And I don't know if y'all can speak to this, but I also started thinking about, what was said earlier about third grade. These third graders were in kinder. Yeah, they were. They were in kinder when the pandemic started. So, the probability was they had had one full school year, let's say 21-22, that would have been second grade, one full school year of in-person, and then third grade would have been their second year of in-person. And so I think back about, reacclimating to in-person learning, behaviors, how are behaviors responded to? Is it redirection? Is it discipline? And to what extent do y'all see some correlation, especially with campuses where they might be on the extreme ends of the spectrum, either lower academic growth or higher academic growth, like teachers turnover, right? Like what were the pieces that y'all are starting to confirm, yes, this made it hard?
I mean, we definitely learned or saw that students didn't have the ability to sit and learn for as long as they did pre-pandemic. And it's because that really wasn't a requirement, right? And if you were a pre-K student, you were asynchronous for a few hours every day. Now we're expecting you to come and sit all day. It was a challenge. One way that we are addressing that really is through engagement. Like you have to keep them hooked and you have to keep them engaged. And then also adjusting the duration of each component of the lesson. And so I feel like we are moving more to something that is normal, like for whatever that is. But it has taken some time to address those behavior challenges.
All right, thank you. That's it.
Trustees, any more questions? Okay, I actually have a couple. I'm sorry for making this go on, but so I'm looking at the board monitoring report, and I really I'm looking at which table was it? Table 2. Which, and specifically, the last 3 orange columns is what I'd like to focus on for a minute. So here we see the growth from beginning of year to end of year for the last school year. And I see that, it ranges from like 40 to 50, the upper 50% in terms of students who are making the expected growth. And so is the expected growth, is that like 1 year's growth? Is that the expected growth, I'm assuming? Or is it something else?
So the growth is based on the student. So as you know, my colleagues here have mentioned before, so after you take the boy, then MAP will say at the MOI, you need to be at this level. So it's individualized for each student. So basically this is saying 50% of the students hit the goal that was set for them by MAP that said this is the kind of growth you need to make.
And so when MAP is making goals for students, is the expectations that a student would make a year's growth during 1 year? Because I remember back when we've seen, when Mendez came and presented, they're like, our students make 1.6 years of growth based on MAP. And so I'm trying to figure out, is that, how does that work with this?
It's dependent on where the student scores, right? So the higher you score on MAP, actually the harder it is for, it's harder for a high achieving student to make that progress because they're making they're making smaller progress. They're making more incremental progress. If you're a fourth grader who's already reading at like an eighth grade level or something, you need to be at like eighth grade and a half or ninth grade. Like you might need to make that like half year, year of progress, but that's going to be really hard to do because what the instruction that you're getting in your fourth grade classroom is for a fourth grade student, right? And so you need those like stretch opportunities to make just like a little jump. Where you see students making larger jumps in growth are students who are on grade level or who are slightly below grade level, who MAP is trying to get them to grade level, right? But if you have a student who's in fourth grade who's reading at a kindergarten level or below kindergarten level, they might make a year of progress, but they're still not at that fourth grade level. And so that's why, like, we obviously want all of our students to be meeting their growth target, but because the growth target for me, for Ms. Strinks, and for Dr. Diaz is going to be different, that's what makes that work of the teacher and that differentiation piece so important, is getting them like where they need to be. So it's a hard question to answer because it really is dependent on where each student starts, because what MAP is trying to do is get you to grade level, right? Or trying to help you meet those targets, but that growth target to grade level looks
So,
different
yeah, I
for each kid.
understand how like the absolute number would be different if you're starting lower or higher, right? That makes sense to me. But like if a child is coming in high achieving and they're reading above grade level in third grade, we're still expecting that they're going to make a year of growth, correct? Or more.
Yeah.
And like during their third grade year. And so would MAP be able to capture that?
So that is something that I have been curious about, and again, Superintendent Segura and I also had that conversation today. We talked a lot in 30 minutes. So that is something that I would like to research before I definitively give you an answer. I have never seen in any of the reports where it is giving you an average of this collective group of students grew 2.5 years in 1 year. I have not seen that in the reports, but just because I haven't seen that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. So I'm sure Mrs. Petrozzini is writing that question down, and I would like to check the accuracy of that before I make an absolute statement. I myself have not seen that, but I would like to ensure that I'm giving you 100% correct information.
I appreciate that. I think that would be useful for me to understand.
I understand exactly.
Yeah, like the standard, especially because I want to make sure every kid is at least getting a year of growth, regardless
100%.
of where they're starting. And I would assume that with the MAP, I mean, I know I've asked that before from the dais, and my understanding was that is the scale that the MAP uses, but I could I don't know. So that would be good. But it's so interesting still because you're still seeing that our economically disadvantaged students are making less growth. So it is a little concerning. But besides all of that, I did want to ask, when we're looking across the growth for economically disadvantaged students in different demographic groups, can you tell me which groups, like which subgroups are showing the most growth from beginning of year to end of year? And if there are differences, like I can just point to one here, like I'm seeing 48% of economically disadvantaged, I'm looking at table 2 and reading. So 48% of our economically disadvantaged African American students have shown expected growth from beginning to the end of year versus 57% of our white students. Why is that happening? Like, why are our African American students making less growth than our white students who are economically disadvantaged. So we have a 48% versus 57%.
So I think we had a history over a couple of years of assuming that our challenges were with economically disadvantaged students as an absolute. I think this data shows us otherwise. And so again, that is something that I highlighted for principals, that because we have some data points where our non-economically disadvantaged Black students are underperforming compared to our white economically disadvantaged students. And so it really isn't always an issue of income and access. And so as I said before, it is very important that we check into cultural proficiency and high expectations. Like, there's really no way to sugarcoat that. Like, we have to provide every student with rigorous on-grade level instruction and have expectations that that they can achieve at that level.
So I guess question for the superintendent is, do we have a tool or a way, a system to find, like with specificity, if there is a teacher or a campus where they are showing great growth for economically disadvantaged African American students? Like, what exactly are they doing? Like, do we actually know what is different? My suspicion is it has to do with vacancies. Like, I would love to know, like, you know, and I don't know if that's true, but I know we lost a third of our teachers during the pandemic and right afterwards. And I know most of those vacancies were in our Title I schools. So my hypothesis is a lot of this is because teachers did not have the kids didn't have a teacher. You were more likely to have a substitute teacher or be in a combined classroom, I'm guessing, if you were in a Title I school.
And I think that is part.
But I would like, I mean, I think it's so important for us to know, to really know for sure.
Well, I think would be interesting, and we can run this, is now that we have end of year, we can go back and crosswalk that with where the vacancies were. And because we have map data at a classroom and student level.
Yeah.
And see if there's a correlation that's different if you have the same student population but with a teacher that was there all year long, and just kind of run it and see if that hypothesis holds. I would, based on what I've seen, it will.
Yeah, because
I mean,
right.
we've talked about it. It's one of the things that we talked about as a consideration, is that we had a tremendous amount of vacancies last year. It was challenging. We had, classrooms get split. We had substitutes come in, change over multiple times.
Yeah.
And that absolutely has an impact on outcomes. And you think about where those were. I mean, a lot of those were in, schools that have been historically underserved. And so, yeah, I would think that that'd be highly correlated, but we can definitely run that analysis.
Well, and I think, and it's not just an intellectual exercise. It's really so that we know where, like when Mr. Ramos is working with his budget committee and they're thinking about where to invest or where to cut, like, it could just be, like, because what we've been hearing for a year, that the only reason you see differences is because of PLC implementation. And, like, that's just false. Like, I mean, that might be part of it, but, like, there's a whole universe of stuff that's happening in this district, right? It's not just about PLC, right? There's technology access, family involvement. There's all these, do they have a certified teacher? All this kind of stuff. And so I'm excited and waiting for the point, I think, where we can, like, we have the outcome data so disaggregated, which is great, but we don't have, how do we know what the levers are that are really, that's not disaggregated. That's, now very general. And so it's hard for us, for me, I'll say, as somebody who has to vote on a budget eventually, to know that we're investing in the right things.
Yeah. No, I mean, that's the work we're eager to do, actually. We definitely understand that the changes that we made in last year's budget that are reflected in this year's school year will have a positive impact. We know that. I think one of the questions that we're trying to understand is how much each one of those components or levers contributes to the outcomes. I think that's the really what we're trying to talk about. And this is one of the things when Dr. Diaz and I talked about earlier today was, and when we prepared for the presentation, I think it's unfair to assume that it's just academics or just teaching, leading, and learning. Like, it is the entire system supporting the classroom. And I think what you'll find when we go through this analysis, which we will do, that there are many components that drive student outcomes, not just the curriculum. But I think you're right, and we can do that.
I can't pull it up right now, but I remember when I was looking at campus by campus, I got to give a shout out to Campbell because I think that was the elementary campus that had the most growth for economically disadvantaged Black students. And I also know that they have an amazing principal who's been there for a long time, and so we know, in our board monitoring reports, I'm glad you touched on that today, Ms. Drinks, because I was like, yay, finally someone's talking about staffing and these other factors. But it's helpful to know with more exactness, that actually is what the deal is, so that we're not spending a lot of time over here on this issue when it's really this other issue over here that's gonna move the lever.
No, we can definitely do that, and I think we can provide that in a summary document via board update, and then come back and present it, because it'll help inform our next budgeting process.
Yeah, and I know that we've been talking about this a lot with the board monitoring report, and it may not. It's going to take time to get through all of this, and I think that's part of the time we wanted to bring back the DRE, because that's kind of part of that work too. But it would be really helpful, and I don't know how you do this, but just to hear from maybe it's a case study approach, I don't know, but it's here's a school that has had all this growth for our low, because when I hear these callers are like, what are you doing for African American kids? It's okay, well, we have schools where they clearly have shown growth. And there's not a report that goes with that tells us why. And then you might have a campus where there's African American students who show no growth. And there's not a report. Maybe it's a case study. Maybe it's not. Maybe we don't need a ton of numbers. Maybe it's just a rich story from campuses that are doing well and campuses that aren't. I don't know.
Well, I think what's great about this is we have now a full year of data. And so I think we're well positioned to actually provide this in a way we haven't before.
I think
so we'll get into that. We're ever to do it, and we have a lot of the information already.
I really appreciate it, and I can tell that y'all are as committed and as curious as any of us are. So thank you, and I'm eager to learn more. So thank you. All right. Yes.
So you're asking to go back and see what campuses were lacking staff, to see if that was the reason of low performance, right?
As one factor.
But also, could you at the same time see that today, where are they? Are they fully staffed?
Yes, Trustee Zapata, we can provide that. And we are, from a staffing perspective, in a much better place. But as we provide the information, I can probably even provide a separate vacancy report well prior to that. So you can have that for all the campuses.
Yeah, I think that would help us, right, to make sure we don't do the same. We get the same outcomes because we're still lacking staff.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm also interested to see the instructional coaches, how those come into play. I mean, there's a lot of things that, principals there's just a lot that we can kind of get into, and pretty excited to do it, actually. It's going to be good.
Awesome. Thank you all so much. Anyone else? Okay.
May I say one thing?
Oh, yes.
I want to say to Dr. Kaufman, when I said that we can do better with the Spanish and the English reading, I mean me. So I just want to make sure that I don't want any principals thinking I was, being disparaging. I mean myself. So.
Thank you. Oh, we know. Yeah, we take that seriously.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, so This ends the section on the information reports, right? Am I on the right slide? Okay. From the administration, and at this time, we will now move into a preview of the upcoming regular board agendas. This will allow the public and trustees to have the opportunity to review the agenda items that will be considered for a vote at the next regular board meeting. AISD staff is available to answer any questions for tonight's preview. So we will begin tonight with item 9, which is the agenda preview for upcoming academics and curriculum items. So trustees, are there any questions on these items? Trustee Hunter. Oh,
no, I'm actually checking.
Oh, you're checking, okay.
Make sure Dr. D is.
And so this is related to 9.1, approval of Head Start, and 9.2, optional flexible day program. Okay, doesn't look like we have questions, right? Okay. All right, so next we have section 10, board administration. So trustees, are there any questions on these items? There's the audit plan, the endorsement of the nominee for a TASB board of directors, selection of delegate and alternate to the TASB convention. Those were those 3 items. Any questions? Okay, all right, number 11. Oh, yes.
We need to vote, are we gonna, so that's on the voting. Is the board aware of those changes? Or the people, the what is it, Candace? The delegate and the alternate? Does the,
We can, I can't.
I'm just saying, was that in there? I didn't look.
I
know.
will look right now.
No, I didn't look.
I can't remember.
I didn't look, because I know.
Oh, it is blank.
Yeah,
Do we
the
need
form
to
is
name-
blank.
Do we need
So
to
we
name
should name.
somebody?
Yeah.
Okay,
We have, there are 2 people. The delegate, Andrew, is interested in being the delegate, and Trustee Gonzalez and Trustee Hunter is interested in being the alternate.
Okay, great.
Yes.
That's
To
why
the
you brought
delegate
it up.
assembly.
Okay.
No, I'm saying,
And then
y'all gonna vote, you're like,
It's good to know
they
who.
don't like to vote for blank things.
And it's, no, we shouldn't vote, we shouldn't
Okay.
vote for blank things.
I
And then we
appreciate
get
it.
2 votes at the delegate assembly, because we also have a delegate to the board. So we get 2
Perfect.
votes.
Okay, so
Yep.
we only need the 2 names, and it sounds like we have 2 names. Are there any other trustees that would like to throw their name in the hat? Okay, great. All right, so now I will move on to agenda item, section 11. So there's 8 different items there, and these are our business and finance items. Okay, I actually have a question. Would you mind, Superintendent Segura, to talk about 11.2, the approval of an agreement for an early childhood center? Just a bit about that.
Yes, I'd like to have Jeremy Striffler, our Director of Real Estate, come up and provide a little bit of a background regarding the process that we've gone through and the opportunity for the partnership. And we actually have a couple slides if you'd bear with us, or if you'd like just a quick overview.
A quick overview
Okay,
is
just
fine.
no slides unless we
Yeah.
need them.
I'll tell you what I told the other guy from Gibson, but it's gonna be like 3 minutes or less, okay?
Well, good evening, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to talk about this. So as a follow-up on the repurposing of the Ps, as you recall, showing,
You don't have to go slides, you can just talk.
okay. I'll
If you
just
need the
look at
slide,
them for
feel free to,
myself to
if you
remember.
need it, that's fine. I don't
Well,
wanna
basically, back in
make you
March,
stressed.
you approved a resolution to direct the superintendent identify a partner to help us create a early childhood education center at the former Pease Elementary campus. So we used our procurement process because that's a great tool for evaluation. So we had an internal team, including myself, but also the executive director of school programs, director of early learning, and the assistant director of student support services who works with the third base child care program as the evaluation team. And through that process, we selected United Way for Greater Austin as our recommended partner to move forward. So for those not familiar, United Way has been serving Central Texas for over 100 years now. They bring great expertise around early childhood education, and they're going to be working alongside Goodwill Central Texas, specifically for the Pease Elementary campus in terms of building this early childhood education center, using that really as the model, the Goodwill Central Texas program. And so they're planning to serve children from ages 6 weeks to 5 years. This will be national accredited along with Texas School Ready and Texas Rising Star. They're also going to be looking for ways to partner with AISD students through our PTech program to create a pipeline for early childhood educators, which is severely lacking. The center will be operating from Monday through Friday from 7:30 to 6:30 is what's targeted right now, and we're hoping that we can have it open by fall of 2024. And the most kind of, I think, exciting part of this is that the focus really beyond high quality childcare to make sure the students are kindergarten ready is it's affordable, because we have heard from the community, but also from our own district employees, that childcare has grown exponentially more and more expensive year by year, and it's like taking on a second mortgage. And so if we can bring affordable care to district employees and the community, that'll be a huge boon for everyone. And so the selection process for students at this child care center will take into consideration the family's employment with AISD, the likelihood of future enrollment in AISD of that student, the age of the child, the employment status of the caregivers, income, education attainment, family residence, and whether the family has experienced homelessness. And so they'll have a sliding scale tuition structure based on need. And so we're very excited for this, and really what we're asking you to do is approve us working together with United Way. So there's still more agreements to come and for you to actually approve, but this is just saying, yes, we're recognizing United Way as the partner, and we're going to roll up our sleeves together with them to try to make this become a reality.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions on that, trustees? Okay, cool, thank you so much, appreciate that.
Thank you all.
All right, next I'm going to move on to section 12, facilities. So trustees, are there any questions on these items? Okay, all right, thank you. The next section is 13, human resources. Trustees, are there any questions on these items? All right, I will move on to 14, which is policy. Are there any questions on this item? And that is item 14.1, the determination of the appropriate number of police officers for each campus, which we had some discussion around earlier tonight. Thank you. The next section is 15, other. Are there any questions on these items, trustees? Okay. All right, so this ends our regular agenda preview. So we will now recess the open meeting at 10:41 p.m. and move to executive session pursuant to the Texas Government Code, sections 551.074, 551.072, 551.073, 551.087, 551.076, 551.0821, and 551.071. When we are finished with the exec session, we'll briefly return to the open session to take action on transfer appeals and to formally adjourn the meeting. The action and adjournment will be recorded and then be included in all replays of tonight's meeting. So thank you for joining us and have a great evening. An open session at 1:15 a.m. on August 11th, 2023. Do I have a motion on agenda item 18.1, the transfer appeal on behalf of NRK?
Yes, I move that we affirm the administrative decision at level 2.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? All right. Having a motion by Secretary Boswell and a second by Trustee Hunter. All those in favor of moving to affirm the decision of the superintendent, please raise your hand. It is unanimous. The motion passes. Do I have a motion on agenda item 18.2, the transfer appeal on behalf of CA?
Yes, I move that we approve the administrative decision at level 2.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
All right, having a motion by trustee Boswell, a second by trustee Hunter to affirm the decision of the superintendent. Is there any discussion? Sorry. All right, we'll now vote. All those in favor to affirm the decision of the superintendent, raise your hand. The motion passes unanimously. All right, 18.3. Do I have a motion on agenda item 18.3, the transfer appeal on behalf of MR?
Yes, I move that we affirm the administrative decision at level 2.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, trustee Kaufman, seconds. Is there any discussion? All right, we will now vote. All those in favor of moving to affirm the decision of the superintendent at level 2, please raise your hand. The motion passes unanimously. The last one, 18.4. Do I have a motion on agenda item 18.4, the transfer appeal on behalf of VLJ?
Yes, I move that we affirm the administrative decision at level 2.
Okay, and is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Oh, so we have a motion by trustee Boswell, second by trustee Kaufman. Any discussion? All right, we will now vote. All those in favor of affirming the decision of the superintendent at level 2, please raise your hand. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you, board members. All right. Let's see. So now we're still in open meeting, right? So I can just, okay, just adjourn, right? Okay. So Secretary Boswell, do I have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, having a motion by Secretary Boswell and a second by trustee Hunter to adjourn. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. The motion passes unanimously. The meeting is adjourned at 1:18 a.m. on August 11th, 2023. Thank you.